I don't know if that's government instructing them, employer. People of Burns should be living in fear that way they're living. It's not right.
Is that the first incident that you've heard about that?
That was my personal.
Have you heard of other
I've heard
incidents?
of it, but that was my first. Me personally.
So the people in Burns, you feel are very afraid because of the
I
authorities.
think they're afraid and they're intimidated. They're scared for what's the repercussions of speaking out with the truth.
In the meantime, I'm going to walk over here and get a few shots of the refuge for you. Is this slow enough or not? Okay. Well, I can't see them right now. Okay, I just wanted to make sure I was doing this right. I'm going to do this so that it kind of blocks the audio a little bit from the wind. Okay. Scott, tell us all about your trip into town.
Well, I came into town yesterday and observed quite a bit of police presence. I spoke with a out of county sheriff deputy, which was a very pleasant man. But then we went to Safeway and got some groceries. And was checking out. And spoke to the cashier and asked her how she was doing and how things have been around town here. And she says, "What do you mean by that?" And we asked her, "Well, with everything that's going on with the refuge, how do you feel or whatever?" And she goes, "I'm sorry, I can't talk about that. We've been instructed not to speak to nobody about what's going on here in town." And that's just people shouldn't have to live in fear like that. The
Do you believe that came down from the federal authorities or local, or what do you think?
For everything I've been watching and seeing, it's looking like it's the government
Federal.
and maybe some of the local government that are looking kind of shady. You can't tell your people you can't speak your rights, your feelings. We all have our First Amendment, and that's what this is all about, our freedom. And they're going to continue to take this land away. They've already taken it from what, 100 ranchers around here? And they don't plan on never giving it back, but this is what this is all about, is making America strong again. And we, the people, are in control, not the federal government. We need the federal government, but not doing the things that they're doing, suppressing the people and making us not be able to produce and take care of our own country. They're being suppressed. And it's just unconstitutional.
You had some news about an arrest in town.
I'd rather not talk about that right now because I'm not sure.
You're not? Okay. Can I tell them what we think?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. The word is, and it's not verified, that Pete Santilli was arrested today. Huh?
At the airport.
At the airport. Which I'll try and verify that in a little bit, but well, like I say, I'm going to try and verify it, but that was the word that came down.
That's what we got a phone call at the gate. Supposedly it was at the front gate of the airport.
Yeah, and they received a phone call about it. Here. Well, like I say, it's unverified, but that's the word that's come down. I will try and verify that later. Okay, Scott, take us around and introduce us to somebody else. Oh my goodness, we've got.
I really don't know many people.
Well, come on over. You're gonna meet them too. Yeah. They've had quite a bit of print media here today, it looked like.
And also, you can tell.
Can we get you over here on our live stream? Well, we'll come to you. We're happy to do that.
I just don't want people to be sleeping.
I'll trade you jobs.
Oh, well, isn't that nice? Y'all are just so nice and polite and friendly here.
I'm glad you feel that way, because we are nice and polite and friendly.
Well, actually, y'all have been. From Nick at the front gate all the way down, I haven't met anybody who hasn't been.
Yeah, well, just normal folks. That's all we are.
Well, we're live right now on Revolution Radio. Mike is on the other end. Would you like to introduce yourself to everyone?
Sure. My name is Melissa.
Melissa, how long have you been here?
Going on 2 weeks just about. I left for a little bit, about 3 days, and then came back, so.
And so you're not local also?
No, I'm not local. I'm from Las Vegas, Nevada.
Oh, nice area.
Yes, fun
Yeah,
area.
lot of
Vegas.
lights. Oh, yeah, well, let's, Would they mind if we went inside and filmed in there? Would that be a problem?
We can do that, or we can move over here where there's a little less noise. So.
Or anything you want.
Oh, let's get a picture of the beautiful outdoors.
Absolutely.
This is,
we would like to go inside at some point because it's warmer in there.
It's so pretty out here, and this is what people should be able to come out and enjoy, and not being restricted from having access to it. So, there's a lot of wildlife around here that people like to come down and watch and see, and not be told that it's closed. So that's what we're trying to do. Yes, that's correct. I was just shoveling the sidewalks and making sure that people have safe passage into the buildings and across the lands. Yes. Right. Well, if you think about it, when you have a public area, everybody else thinks that everybody else is going to clean it up or be in charge of it. But when you actually have responsibility for it, then you take more interest in maintaining it, and we see that in individual property ownership. You go out and you maintain your own yard and you make sure that it's clean and you sweep the sidewalk. But the minute that an overbearing entity comes in and says, now we have control of it, everybody stops caring because they expect the overbearing entity to take control of it and to keep it clean. And it doesn't happen. Uh-oh, you got some competition. Mhm. Right. No. Right. Well, it's pride of ownership and what you went through to work to obtain, whatever that property is, whether it's a vehicle or a piece of land or a house or whatever. You think back to your high school days. There were kids that were given cars, and then there were kids that had to work and save and scrimp every penny. And the people that worked for their vehicles, they took care of them better, and they had more pride of ownership.
Remarkable.
Yeah, so when you're given something, you can't really appreciate the full value of what it took to get that thing. So we've all been chipping in here. We take out the trash. We are separating garbage to make sure that we're also ecologically sound in what we're doing. So we've got trash bins that are set up for paper trash and cans and bottles. Sure. Can you hold up the shelf for just a minute? It's creating much. Hey, it goes on even when we're trying to educate people.
Yeah, I turned her around so we would get a better shot so she wasn't in the shadow so much, and then I picked him up a little bit more. I apologize. That's my learning curve here.
That's okay. That's how we learn.
Yeah.
We make mistakes and then we go forward and we do better. So when we know better, we do better.
Well, I know that you've got people in and out, pretty regular, and I don't mean just visitors. I'm talking about the people who, are here. At any given time, can we ask how many people are generally around?
There is no set number because it's a revolving door. People come and go on a daily basis. So there is no standing number. I know everybody's interested in knowing what that number is, but there honestly isn't one.
Well, that's why I asked.
We have 100% free access to this area. Anyone can come in and
so
go
nobody's
out
been turned away.
Nobody's been turned away. And
Okay.
reporters have come and spent the night. We've had townspeople that have come down. 2 nights ago, a rancher brought us a butchered pig, and we had a barbecue. So there is no standing number. There really isn't. Every time I come up daily, and I see different faces every day.
Do you stay?
I'm correct. And that's the key, drawing attention to a problem. And, the standing number is going to fluctuate because it's not just those of us here that are physically on the ground. We have support across the nation. Not everyone has the wherewithal to be here or is geographically located that they can come on out, even though they would like to. So, again,
And funding is always an issue for most people.
Yeah. Well, and I will tell you that the numbers are growing in our favor because, in the West Coast, it's a land issue. But in other areas, it's an IRS tax issue or a levy or eminent domain. So we all have some kind of government thumb over us. It's just making it relatable across the nation. Well, it's like I really like to explain it to people in about 2 sentences. And I say that the federal government has the power and the might, but the people have the authority and the right. That's the dynamic that we're trying to change, is to make sure that the authority is restored to the proper power, which is the people. And, now we justice for
They have those issues here in Oregon too.
Yeah, everyone has these issues because, like, here recently, within the last couple of weeks, a gentleman was put in jail for collecting rainwater on his property. An ignorant fallacy that exists out there is people think that the earth is diminishing in its water supply. That's actually not correct. The same amount of water.
We Bear Bears new season
Thursdays at 7, 6 Central
on Cartoon Network.
In its water supply. That's actually not correct. The same amount of water stays within the Earth's atmosphere at all times. it takes different forms, but it is still all in the Earth's atmosphere. And if anything, we have water added because we have space rocks and debris that come in the form of frozen matter, and then it too joins the Earth. So, it's the perpetuation of ignorance is astounding. And hopefully we start getting people to start thinking about things for themselves and asking questions. Well, we have enough aliens coming in on the southern border. Let's not worry about the ones in the skies just yet.
Yeah, horns and
Sure.
such. Yeah, absolutely.
Everybody has their own version of nirvana.
Yeah.
Mine is being a free country and being a freedom fighter.
Are these personal tools people have brought in?
Yes, these are
Or how about part of it?
I can give you part of it. This building that we're at right now, formerly it was a carp station. Apparently, the person that worked in this building, they have signs up called Carpe Carp, so that's seize the carp, a play on Carpe Diem. The carp out here have become an invasive species in the waterways, and they're actually destroying the indigenous populations of fish. So they've had, I guess, a mass carp netting take place out here to try and get rid of the invasive species, but they're very prolific and they breed pretty quickly, so it hasn't been successful. I personally see that there's really no public oversight of the activities that have been taking place out here. Another activity that's taken place out here is inventorying frogs. So we've spent almost $1 million as an American population inventorying frogs.
And how many do we have?
Well, I don't know. I don't know exactly how you catch all the little froggies, other than I'm sure they draw out a grid and they count how many frogs are in a certain part of the grid, and then they extrapolate the numbers and try and figure out how many are here. But the thing is that species come and go all the time. And prior to the creation of these agencies, somehow we're all still here. We didn't count these things 1,000 years ago, and somehow we've all made it. Now, does that mean that we don't need education or we don't need to understand things? Of course not. But let's have college students and, private facilities learn and explore things and understand things. Let's not spend millions and billions of dollars of, the public's money out here giving someone a permanent job of counting frogs. I mean, that's not productive. Unless this frog is curing cancer, I'm not impressed.
Is this something you've learned since you've been here?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I've been trying to do legal research. I have a paralegal degree since 2004. I just graduated with a degree in political science and history. So I don't often fit the narrative that it's all ignorant redneck hicks out here. So I hope that I can bring a little bit of elevated conversation to the table. But back to what you had originally asked, which was a little bit of tour of the grounds. Across from us, there's a little museum. And up here we have different bunkhouses that there used to be a more permanent staff that lived here. According to local accounting, much of the staff doesn't live out here anymore. The dynamics of the facility have kind of changed. If you go further down,
Can we go inside any of the buildings today?
well, we have people in there that are that's now their personal quarters. So I wouldn't walk into them, just like I wouldn't walk into someone's house.
Sure.
So
Sure. Maybe we can arrange for some of the buildings to be.
yeah, some of the buildings are.
So I can come out tomorrow and do it any way I want to.
Sure. But over here you see we have Hellboy. He's the mascot. He has his space all staked out. He's pretty calm about the whole thing. And then most of these garages here house, vehicles and equipment. Which is really pretty feather.
There you go. You got the pretty feather.
That's right. You can see some of the wildlife that's out here and the plumage that they drop. But these garages pretty much house a lot of the trucks and the heavy equipment that are out here. Now, some of the equipment has been used for good, and some of it has been used for bad. So sometimes they'll, block people off by putting up a fence or actually moving the landscape and the terrain so people don't have access to it.
Since you told us you've got a bit of a legal background, may I ask you about the arrest yesterday?
You're talking about the one where they drove vehicles in?
Yeah.
Yeah. Basically, everyone is out here of their own free will. We don't have a hierarchy as far as you take orders from me and I take orders from you. Everyone out here is a free person. They come and go as they please, and they do as they please. But that being said, they're accountable for their own actions. We didn't know the vehicles were going off the property. We had already stated that, we need to respect everything going on out here. It is not ours. It belongs to the people of the county and of the area, due to the fact that it's actually on their state property. So a couple of individuals exercised free agency, decided to drive a couple of vehicles into town, and now they're responsible for their actions. So I understand that only one gentleman was actually arrested, and that was because he had something prior outstanding, some kind of a squatting infraction or something. He had been squatting on some land somewhere, had been ticketed for it, but they did release him according to the news report that I met, based on the condition that he not come back out here. So that's as much as I know about that at this point. Again, free agency, everybody's accountable for their own actions.
Do y'all have a legal defense fund for any of these things that happen? Will you be helping him?
Yes, we do have people that have donated for that. We've had people that have offered to donate their time, their expertise, their experience, and their skills. So but right now, I don't see that he needs help. He is free. He's not in jail. Okay. And the previous infraction that he had, that's obviously his responsibility because it had nothing to do with this.
Sure.
So, accountability.
Well, yeah, but this is the first time I've been able to ask you all about this. So.
Ask away.
I feel safer here than I do in town.
Yeah, I am just a plain person. I have absolutely nothing on me that can be construed as being dangerous. My most dangerous weapon is my mouth and my brain.
Well, there was several issues actually brought up before I came out here, and I wanted to get those resolved before I came out here.
Okay, what issues were those?
Some of them I might tell you about after the show's over.
Okay, that's fine.
But no, there were concerns about safety of not just females, but any individuals.
Well, let me tell you, this is the second or third time now that I've heard that females aren't safe out here, and I just have to tell you, I haven't been harassed once, and I'm greatly disappointed by it. I get zero attention out here being a female. I feel like just one of the boys.
Well, it is actually a very comfortable environment out here. Very pretty, very easy to just walk around and say hi. I have not met anybody who has not had a smile on their face. They're all very friendly, very willing to talk to me.
I would just you can. I could give you highlights of it since I was.
Well, we'll start with you, absolutely.
Okay.
I'm trying to block it. Is it helping?
Okay. They desired to see their kids. They were missing their kids. They had given temporary guardianship to their babysitter over their kids. One of their direct relatives was concerned that the kids were possibly going to come here and visit their parents, and he stepped in and put a halt to it by involving officials. And he really, just kind of took it upon himself to make his own decisions about someone else's children. So it'll all be handled.
Let me try and block them.
Right. Well, you understand that there's a couple of different divisions of family court system, the Division of Family Services and Child Protective Services, which they can issue, depending on what state it's in, 24 to 48 hour hold on kids. And in some ways, I personally think that that's good, because if a child really is being abused or, harmed in any way, shape, or form, you want to be able to have a brief period of time in which you can review the facts and circumstances to make sure that, in fact, that is not going on. Unfortunately, situations like this where there was no problem like that, you can also get caught up in the net. So it's definitely a procedure that you want to use judiciously and with great inspection of what the facts are. So I don't know that that's taking place yet, but hopefully the wheels are turning, that they see that the children were being concerned about for no viable reason.
Is Blaine still on site?
He is. He's
I'm not
probably
gonna.
Chow Hall.
I'm not going to ask you to go dig him out now, but
Yeah.
I would ask you, if you wouldn't mind, talk to him tonight and see if he might be willing to talk to us tomorrow.
Okay, sure.
Is that fair?
Yeah.
Okay.
Absolutely. Again,
Like I say,
free agency out here.
Absolutely, but I'm also, like I say, I try to be respectful of y'all, because y'all have been of me, and it's only the right thing to do.
Like I said, the atmosphere out here is more like
Now,
a neighborhood
if you
gathering.
think if we walked down there, he'd talk to us, we'd go down there.
I just
but
can't guarantee if he's down there, and it
Yeah.
is quite a hike. So
Yeah.
that's up to you. I'll hike it with you if you want, but it's clear down at the end of the road.
Well, let's go back and see if we can get Ryan first, because I think he might be waiting on us.
Okay. Right. Well, I can tell you this. Each of us have definitely had issues with our cell phones, and we can all understand that these powerful agencies certainly have the technology and the capabilities of monitoring our cell phones and shutting them down and blocking them. And we know that, but that's part of what we understand that we're going to have to deal with in trying to get Americans across this nation to start asking questions about the government and the agency that's running so much of our lives. So. Uh-huh. Well, you understand that this is how things operate in a state-ran media situation. So if I were to go to China, the government would be telling me what I could broadcast, what I could say, how I'm supposed to say it. So not only do they have that capability on our end, but they also have the capability to be shutting you down. So know which came from, what they're ours, but they're there, and we understand that. As the old saying goes, absolute power corrupts absolutely.
That's right. But anything you want to get out, we're going to be able to help you do that.
Well, and that's where, if you think about it, alternative media and social media came about at an opportune time, because it's helping us balance the scales of justice by giving out more information than what the state-ran media wants to get out. So
Absolutely.
we appreciate what you guys try and do, and we understand that you encounter your own difficulties trying to do your jobs. So.
Can we step inside where my hands will thaw out?
We can do that.
Should we give them a heads up, or can I surprise them?
Well, just let them know that you're recording.
Hello, everyone. Just to let you know that we are live streaming with Revolution Radio. So y'all can wave. Mike is on the other end. Yeah. Oh, Nighthawk. I'm sorry. Do y'all know Nighthawk?
Barbecue and sacred
We're discussing ways to enlighten people, how to bring attention to this in a very positive way.
Well, this is a good start right here.
Another day, and I'm still struggling with my diabetes. I do my best to manage, but it's hard to keep up with it.
Your body and your diabetes change over time. Your treatment plan may too. Know your options. Once Daily Toujeo is a long-acting insulin from the makers of Lantus. It releases slowly to provide consistent insulin levels for a full 24 hours. Toujeo also provides proven full 24-hour blood sugar control and significant A1C reduction. Toujeo is a long-acting man-made insulin used to control high blood sugar in adults with diabetes. It contains 3 times as much insulin in 1 milliliter as standard insulin. Don't use Toujeo to treat diabetic ketoacidosis during episodes of low blood sugar or if you're allergic to insulin. Allergic reaction may occur and may be life-threatening. Don't reuse needles or share insulin pens, even if the needle has been changed. The most common side effect is low blood sugar, which can be serious and life-threatening. It may cause shaking, sweating, fast heartbeat, and blurred vision. Check your blood sugar levels daily while using Toujeo. Injection site reactions may occur. Don't change your dose or type of insulin without talking to your doctor. Tell your doctor if you take other medicines and about all your medical conditions. Insulins, including Toujeo, in combination with TZDs, thiazolidinediones, may cause serious side effects like heart failure that can lead to death, even if you've never had heart failure before. Don't dilute or mix Toujeo with other insulins or solutions, as it may not work as intended, and you may lose blood sugar control, which could be serious.
Ask your doctor about Toujeo.
In a very positive way.
Well, this is a good start right here.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Educating people on their rights and helping them to stand up and hold them. We have to hold our rights. Whether it's civil rights or just the right to life and freedom.
Hey, I've got to tell you, when I was driving into Burns,
Yes.
the big sign right outside of town,
Yes.
I love that. That was kind of indicative of this side of the state, isn't it?
We are very artistic. We have a lot of very good crafters here.
Well, I'm talking about the pro-life message.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, I know halfway down here, I saw a big sign that said Benghazi. You know, not here in town, but when I was coming down.
Oh, I see.
And that was awesome too. I really liked that one. That was, hand done obviously, but it was huge. The sentiment was there, So
No, I do know our community believes in pro-life. They do. I mean, we've had a lot of fights back and forth about that with some community members, but the reality is that we should have the right to life, to live without fear.
Are you a local here? That's
We
good.
own 160 here, and we live in Sandy, so we're here all the time.
Well, that's good though, because we've had a lot of discussion on the locals here.
Yeah,
How a lot of the locals are afraid.
they're oppressed. They're completely and utterly oppressed by our local government, they're harassed, and they're made to feel as though there's no way out. Why fight? We're not going to win. We need to let them understand that we're unified. We're here to help them with that. Every person is important in this role.
You need to hear
The Hammonds are being persecuted. And for what? For land that's theirs by right? For incidents that happen? And it's sad. It's sad to see good people behind bars for politics. For somebody that wants to be right. Being right is not always the way to go.
Well, there's been a lot of discussion in town about how they're afraid. They're afraid of the government taking everything they own
Yes.
and turning this town into a ghost town. But they're also afraid of we're not.
We're afraid of the people. Yeah,
They
pretty
can't
much.
speak an English language and read our signs and are able to pass a driver's license test
And yet
in
they have
41
the
different
ability to pay
languages.
for the ability to pay their dollars.
Sure.
Something
Okay,
we
we're
don't
back.
ourselves have.
I don't know.
I've been fighting for 3.5 years
no
to
health
have my
insurance.
spine reconstructed.
The only health insurance I get is what I pay for by virtue of going to college. I get
True.
a small,
Went up through the gate,
but I had
went around,
to.
came all the way back around.
I had to have my back completely reconstructed. I blew a disc about 2 years ago. L4 decided to bulge. It's no fun.
I'm going to step over here and introduce these guys too. This has been great. I'm going to get you back on here
Oh,
later.
yeah, I mean, I was up there.
Hey guys, can I get you to say hi to Nighthawk and the world out there?
Hello, Nitehawk. How are you today?
Mike? Okay.
We're just saying hi, Nighthawk. Okay, well, we appreciate it. Let people know that we're not the big scary boogeyman. And that the people in the community need to come out and find out for themselves. Come out. We're not going to barbecue them.
Might serve them.
Yeah, I'm sure they're using that as part of their tactics. So, yeah, it'd be tough if you worked out here and you know, I can see why they would, you know, they want to go back to work, obviously. And so they're not going to side with us. And then if they got their employer threatening them that if they do talk to us, yeah, I can see that. But in general, I think the people in town, we're getting a lot of information that the feds are doing a really good job to stir up a lot of false, intimidation. But we're also getting a lot of people from town that are coming here saying, yeah, that is true on some levels, but people are still coming out to find out for themselves. So, then people are going back into town, talking to their neighbors, talking to their friends and family. So it's working. There's good and evil working against one another. So I don't know. Yeah. 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 Well, yeah, I agree. I know that the 3%ers, they've been uh, they have quite a presence in town, but they're not wanting to scare anybody. In fact, they're talking to people, letting them know who they are, what they're all about. They're actually pulling some of the police personnel over, giving them, they carry coffee around, talking to them, letting them know that they're not the big boogeyman. So they're doing their thing on the outside. I think that's good. I think people need to see that they're there, and then to learn and understand why they're there. They're not staying to themselves. They're talking to people. I don't know. I think that's all. I think that's good. I think the rules. Yeah, I agree. I We appreciate that. We appreciate it, and I understand. There's always going to be those that don't represent the cause. There a lot of times there's nothing you can do about it. Sometimes there is. Sometimes you can put your foot down, and um, we've tried to portray to those supporting us uh, a message that hopefully they can become acquainted with and to help the cause. Everyone comes with their own issues, say, against the government for one reason or another. We're hoping that we can keep focused on what we're trying to get out there. But everyone has a right to speech. Everyone has a right to protest. But you're right. There are those that may not share our same interests, but that's going to happen in any protest, if you will. But yeah, I don't know what to do about all the little quirks and negatives out there. But we're just going to keep continuing to stay positive and try to educate people more than anything. Try to educate people in a positive manner. So it's long term. This thing isn't going to be over overnight. And
How long do you expect?
I don't know.
Well, the reason I ask is some people were putting out the word that y'all were planning on being out of here in 2 or 3 days.
No, we knew that this wasn't going to be a quick deal.
Right. Well, no, that just came out a day or two ago. That you thought that there would be a resolution here real quick.
Well, I mean, you always hope for a resolution. We would hope that the elected officials here in this area, this county, the state, will recognize that there's a problem. I mean, their economy is flat on their face. The only one who seems to be working around here are the ranchers that are holding on, and the federal employees. The timber industry's flatlined. Their economy's flatlined because the feds have imposed such stringent restrictions on land use and use of minerals and grazing and everything else that it's pushing everybody out. And so they've got to look and ask themselves, is this what we want? I mean, we elect officials to represent us. I would hope that my elected officials in my home state understand that their job is to ensure that the economy is healthy and that my life is protected, my liberties are protected, and my pursuit of happiness is protected. My pursuit of happiness is being able to provide a living for my family and to raise my family and to have security and to have all these things. So when you see the feds coming in and putting a stop to that productivity through restrictions, through what they call laws that they claim are needful in protecting the animals, it's not helping the economy. We can protect the wildlife, we can protect the environment, all the while being productive. Well, as we utilize grass and utilize water resources and minerals and timber. I mean, you think about it. If something doesn't change, all we're going to have is a bunch of federal employees claiming to protect the earth. We got to eat. We've got to build our houses out of something. The clothes they wear, farmer, rancher, somebody made this happen. The steak you and I eat, if you're a vegetarian, the vegetables that you love, a rancher or farmer produced that. Okay? So what do we want? We want to be healthy and happy and have jobs? Or do we want to just have federal employees that produce nothing in the name of preservation of wildlife, which we all love? It's a bunch of baloney, and people just need to wake up or they're going to find themselves either working for the federal government or be completely out of work entirely. And we see what happens to an economy when you only have federal employees. Buying hamburgers down at McDonald's, federal employees buying hamburgers at McDonald's and buying their groceries at Safeway is not an economy. It's not a sustainable economy. You've got to use your resources. You've got to cut a tree down and cut it up into 2x4s and build houses out of it. You've got to produce meat and vegetables and wool and cotton. Okay? And you can only produce these things by utilizing resources that we've been given by our good Heavenly Father. And it's called water and land. And so without those, we have nothing. We have no pursuit of happiness. We have nothing. So that's pretty much where we're at. We're going to educate people and give them those options. Either you continue down this road you're on, or we do something about it. I mean, there's two lanes we can take here.
Nitehawk, I just got some pop-ups. Somebody's trying to hack us. Are you there? Mike, are you there?
Shut down.
Yeah.
Right?
Very much so.
Okay. But so they create a wilderness act.
Correct.
Okay? We've got to preserve this land. We've got to protect it.
For
What
the
comes with-
natural resources
Well, yeah, but
gone.
what comes with a wilderness is nothing more than more restrictions to the land users
Correct.
and to the public as a whole. You can't just drag your four-wheeler through a said wilderness.
No,
Okay, you've got to walk in there. You've got to ride a horse. First, you quarantine the horse for a week, and you have to prove that you've been feeding that horse for a week prior to going in there. And the feed you
will
plan
not
to
be contaminating the area with
is
weeds.
a weed-free certified hay.
Correct.
Um,
We have weed
you
prevention
can't take
committees.
anything out of there. You pick up an arrowhead.
Another day, and I'm still struggling with my diabetes. I do my best to manage, but it's hard to keep up with it.
Your body and your diabetes change over time. Your treatment plan may too. Know your options. Once daily Toujeo is a long-acting insulin from the makers of Lantus. It releases slowly to provide consistent insulin levels for a full 24 hours. Toujeo also provides proven full 24-hour blood sugar control and significant A1C reduction. Toujeo is a long-acting man-made insulin used to control high blood sugar in adults with diabetes. It contains 3 times as much insulin in 1 milliliter as standard insulin. Don't use Toujeo to treat diabetic ketoacidosis during episodes of low blood sugar or if you're allergic to insulin. Allergic reaction may occur and may be life-threatening. Don't reuse needles or share insulin pens, even if the needle has been changed. The most common side effect is low blood sugar, which can be serious and life-threatening. It may cause shaking, sweating, fast heartbeat, and blurred vision. Check your blood sugar levels daily while using Toujeo. Injection site reactions may occur. Don't change your dose or type of insulin without talking to your doctor. Tell your doctor if you take other medicines and about all your medical conditions. Insulins, including Toujeo, in combination with TZDs, thiazolidinediones, may cause serious side effects like heart failure that can lead to death, even if you've never had heart failure before. Don't dilute or mix Toujeo with other insulins or solutions, as it may not work as intended, and you may lose blood sugar control, which could be serious.
Ask your doctor about Toujeo.
Weed
You
prevention
can't take
committees.
anything out of there. You pick up an arrowhead. And
It's a violation of the
it's a
LM.
federal violation
It
because
is.
what? They claim that rock, that arrowhead.
Oh, we
Okay?
know all about that.
I mean, if it belongs to anybody, it belongs to the Indian tribe that's still there, but, you know, that's a whole nother discussion, but, okay, so they create all these restrictions, but at the meantime, it's costing us millions of dollars
To enact them.
well, they've got to patrol them now, they've got to manage them, they say, they got to hire more people, they got to create
We
buildings.
have to make sure those studies are completely done.
Study,
It costs
exact
us more
studies
millions
is
of
another one,
dollars.
okay, but the whole time it's a violation of your rights.
True.
Because your rights to use that land supersede any of these acts that Congress puts in place. Any of them.
And the
supersede.
Constitution set that in place.
Exactly. And then now they're claiming not only management, but they're claiming ownership.
But they're not allowed to own anything.
But they're not
That's
allowed
the
to own.
restrictions of the Constitution.
Yeah, they're not allowed to own these lands. So there's a lot that we're trying to teach people. I mean, they've done a very good job. The federal government has done a very good job
I know, right?
pushing these type of ideas to the people in the name of we're saving the animals, we're saving the environment here.
Creating new populations.
Okay, and so people buy it, but they don't understand that one, we're trying, our case is that no, usage of land by farmers and ranchers benefits the land.
True, very much so.
So that's a farce. And two, it violates your access rights, just like this place here. Do you think that anybody, until we showed up, do you think that anyone had the right to just go down here on the
Absolutely
four-wheeler? Say, I want to look at the birds. This is public property, right?
It is, but
But
they're
the
not
heck
allowed
no,
to.
they're made to stop right out here. They can walk through the little visiting center in the museum, and then they've got a couple of places here that you can go out there with binoculars and look. And they have a few walking paths and stuff. It restricts your access, but they do it in the name of, well, we're preserving the wildlife. We're creating an area where the birds are
And
free and
nest
safe
and feel
nest and
safe.
stuff. Their own studies there again prove quite the contrary. That birds would rather land and nest and feed
In an active field.
in an active field where there's animals or there's farming and stuff.
You get everything
The
worked
farmer
out, Mike?
irrigates it, the cattle grazes it.
The bugs feed on
Yeah,
what's left over of carcasses.
there's a diversity there that they're not gonna find here on the refuge,
Mm-hmm.
okay? And so, anyway, we just need to do a
Mike, is
better
everything
job
good?
improving all these things and getting them out there. It's common sense.
It
Because-
is.
Because when you start talking about it,
Okay.
Well, but trying to get people to enact on these things, to actually step forward
Yes,
and claim,
claim and to use and defend.
yes.
Yes.
Because the
Their
reality
rights.
is that we're all stewards of the land. We all should have rights. Right now, everything's being taken from us, nothing's being given. There is no such thing as representation for us, whether we're local farmers or business owners even. We are held to a federal standard, so we can be taxed.
And how many times have you heard, maybe you've heard it personally, but throughout my life a lot, that the federal government had to step in and manage the lands because the rancher and the farmer and the land user and people in general are irresponsible and disrespectful. And if they didn't do something about it, the whole world's gonna blow up. You know what I mean?
I disagree. I feel that there's a very small portion of our population that, yes, they pollute, they
They're-
leave
they're-
their beer bottles all over in the wildlife, step on that, cut themselves.
But does
and
that
die.
give the federal government reason
No,
to
absolutely
come
not.
in? Why can't our state address that issue? It's already a state law that says
Littering is
is a violation.
And it's finable.
It's finable. So why do we need the federal government saying you can't litter? We already knew that. It's kind of like one of the 10 commandments.
It's a way to force control. The more control they have over us, the dumber we become. They're feeding our children what they want our children to learn, not what they need to learn in order to survive.
I mean, George Orwell had a good take on this a long time ago.
Absolutely. Our children, their information is limited. There are no economics that are being taught in an appropriate manner. My daughter doesn't even know how to cook outside of what I'm teaching her. They're teaching math and geography. Everything is askew. But what is the worst part, I think, the biggest atrocity of our children's education is the lack of information of where we came from and how far we've moved forward. How many wars have we had? She has no idea.
Yeah.
Probably it's staying
Like you
in
said,
public
basic,
school, we'll never know.
like I said, basic economics. I mean, that is something that's not taught in school. I mean, how do you produce something? How do you make something?
They don't know. They don't want them to know. They want them to be corporate tools.
Exactly.
They're training our children for a future behind a desk.
Yeah.
So you don't homeschool?
No, my daughter is in public school, but I subsidize her education because she's dyslexic, like me. She doesn't think the way most people do. She doesn't see.
Have you considered homeschooling her because of those
We
issues?
did do a very short stint of homeschooling this year. Every time we go rock hunting, she's learning survival skills, things that will help her in an instance of a big terrorist attack or even something as bad as an earthquake.
Yeah.
Most people's survival skills are zip.
Oh, you're one of those crazy.
Yes, I am.
You're having a lot of earthquakes here nowadays too, I know.
We have. In fact, Mount Hood has
Heaven forbid
experienced
you're
quite a few.
prepared.
Well, I was
You one of
raised
those
in
food
the
hoarders
military.
too.
They teach us to take care of yourself, learn, experiment.
Why do you
See outside
top
the
your
box.
car off before you head out on the trip?
Common sense tells you that if you don't, you may run out and you're gonna be walking a long way. And it's hot,
That's the simple
or it's
concept.
cold. No, I just feel like right now, there's so many sideline issues that keep coming in on Facebook and the other social medias that are outweighing the actual issue that's brought everybody here. It's called unification. If we stand together, there is nothing in this world that we cannot accomplish. It's we the people, not we the government. The more we stand together, the more we unify and understand other people's opinions and accept them. They may not be what you agree with, But hearing it broadly.
Don't go away, you're next.
Okay.
And it unifies. Neutral ground where people
Yeah.
feel safe. They feel safe enough to say what is on their mind, whether they're afraid, whether they're supportive, whether they're not supportive. It's an environment that creates a dialogue that everybody feels comfortable opening up about. We won't unify this town until such time as everybody feels safe enough to say what's on their mind, whether it's good,
Oh,
bad,
that's
or
not going to
indifferent.
happen anytime soon.
I hope it will. I think.
I
we can
well,
create
no.
an open
All right,
dialogue
let
with a
me
church member, maybe.
clarify. It's not going to happen soon because people are still too afraid in there. I mean, I'm going to get out there in the next couple of days and I'm going to get some of this and I'm going to show y'all. That's the best
The
way.
other side's thoughts and feelings.
Exactly. That's the whole point is, I can show them what we're doing here
Yes.
and show you what they're saying. I can tell you what they told me, but it might be easier if you see it.
The
Yeah.
truth is that a picture is worth a million words.
Yeah. They
People-
don't understand because they're not being they're being told.
They're being fed misinformation.
Yeah.
By
Yeah.
who?
And they are afraid. They are
Well,
very afraid.
what I would-
Not of you.
No.
No,
See,
no, I'm
they're
serious.
not
They
even-
have pointed that out. They are not afraid of the people up here.
More afraid of what's going on in town.
See, that was what I was going to ask.
The
Ask
restriction.
the people, if it gets out there. The people of this community have already been living in fear. I mean, you think about it, a rancher or a recreationalist is already scared that he may be in trouble if he does this or goes over there. There's already a level of fear before we came into town. We've come in, I think it's being made known why we're here. And so now you see a huge FBI presence and
that creates even
and
more
it creates a lot of fear. I don't believe that the people in this community fear us. In fact, I know.
I think that they fear the FBI and the federal government for having moved in and the control that it can work on this town. Because the town could very well and very easily, you all know, be in lockdown.
Well, that's
mandatory times where you can go here and you can't go there.
A curfew.
All the restrictions that the FBI can enact for the guise of their safety.
Yeah,
I've seen this happen.
yeah, everything will be done in the name of safety. We're protecting you from the bad guys. You
Well,
know,
what are they really protecting?
Would you
us
like to
from?
weigh in on this one? Come on in over here and tell us what you have to say. Yeah, I'm going to sit down over here in this chair too.
So what kind of propaganda do you want from me?
I want every bit of propaganda you're willing to give me.
Probably if you just ask me questions to do that.
We can do that.
Best way to go.
We can do that. Okay, here we go. Start with introduce yourself to everybody.
My name is Brand Thornton from Las Vegas, Nevada. And I'm here more as a spiritual support than anything else. But then, I go wherever they can plug me in to get help out.
Are you a minister?
Yeah, I guess that's a good, accurate description. I have a shofar ministry. And
Well, it actually got brought up about an hour ago. I was wondering why they hadn't gotten services started out here yet.
well, we really haven't been in a position to do anything like that, but we do pray. And that is, everybody takes part. We have different people pray at different times. And I would say Ammon and Ryan are really the instigator of that, rather than me.
So, did you know the Hammonds before all this started? Have you met them at any point? So, how did y'all hear about the Hammonds?
When Ammon put out the call, I answered the call. I was there at the Bundy Ranch when that all took place, pretty much from the day after they beat up Davey Bundy, when he was taking pictures of him still in a cattle. I was out there the next day. And I was there for 9 days and participated in that whole thing until we got the cattle back. So.
Absolutely.
I haven't actually seen the written articles of grievance. Would I be able to see that?
Yeah, give me 1 second.
I can give you 2.
Okay.
I'm eavesdropping on y'all over there, Melissa. Just to let you know.
No secret conversations going on.
This is my copy. This is the redress
Okay.
articles of grievance.
I'm actually going to put this on the camera, Mike. You ready for that? Are you able to see that? Maybe I should move this stuff out of the way and get a little bit of light on it. Okay. I'm going to end up taking pictures of these later. We'll post them up if that's okay with you.
Sure, absolutely. We encourage it. This is what the big bugaboo is all about with the local sheriff and the judge.
Yeah, I need to find out about Judge Grasty. He seems to be quite the character.
I mean, these are very, very basic elements of our constitutional legal system that has been given to us, by our founding forefathers. There's no big mysteries there. Is to get to the bottom of things and find out the truth. So,
What can you tell me about this county sheriff?
I can only give you my personal perspective of it.
Okay, so you've never met him?
I've never met him. I did carry on a bit of correspondence with him before I came down here as a spiritual and legal minister of the faith. I addressed some of his.
So I'll get some pictures of that before we're done.
Yeah, I addressed his interpretation of Romans chapter 13, verses 1 through 7, which talk about honoring, sustaining the law of the land. From Paul's perspective, Apostle Paul's perspective. And so I addressed that at some length. I was up till 3 o'clock in the morning putting it together for him, and I emailed it to him, emailed it to the Bundys and a few other people so they could look it over. But his interpretation was not just pretty much destroyed by that, but completely destroyed by what he was, trying to say that means. So. Yeah.
There's been some discussion as to whether or not he was on the original jury for the Hammonds. Do you know anything about that?
I don't know anything about that. I don't believe that.
Okay.
He was appointed, from what I understand, approximately a year ago. He was not elected. He was appointed, and that's always raised some red flags because historically. Power corrupts and absolute power corrupts absolutely. And so anytime you have somebody appointed, you really got to take a hard look at it.
Yeah, but it's not a lifetime appointment. He's going to have to get.
He comes up for re-election here in November. So hopefully he'll start doing the right thing and he can be their sheriff. And I think this is one of the reasons that we haven't dumped all our information out there. We're giving him a chance to save face. We believe that he has been manipulated and controlled by other entities, other powerful entities. And I can understand being put in that position because more or less his life is threatened. Okay, if he doesn't play ball. And that's my perspective. But I believe that's the case. So we want to treat him with kid gloves, give him the chance to save face. Everything I've heard about him, he's a very decent person. He's very likable. And so I think he would make a great sheriff. Just give him the chance. So Yeah. We don't want to embarrass him. We don't want to embarrass him. We don't want to insult him. We just want to give him the chance to honor his oath that he took. He took an oath to uphold the Constitution of the United States and defend it. And we want to give him that chance. I mean, people find themselves in positions all the time, compromising positions. And they get there unknowingly and don't know what's happening until, it blows up in their face like this has, obviously.
Mhm.
And that gives them a good feeling if they'll just look at it, what really is the truth.
Mhm.
And again, I say, I'm not just me, but we're pretty much convinced that he is a good man, and he just needs to be given an opportunity to prove it.
Well, that is a new take on it.
Mhm.
So that's, I'm glad you told us that because we had not heard that side. And that's why we're here, because we're not hearing everything.
Exactly. Yeah. But he's a local. He grew up with these people. He grew up here. Okay, he's well liked, and so he's got a lot of things going for him at this time.
True Green presents The Yardleys.
Hello?
You did? You really?
Ding dong.
Oh, the pizza's here. Hey, come on in.
Right.
Whoa! Lose the sneakers, pal. Kind of a thing.
This is more than a lawn. This is a True Green lawn. Live life outside with True Green, America's #1 lawn care company. Spring is on. Start your True Green lawn plan today.
Bye now.
True Green. Live life outside.
A lot of things going for him at this time, and we just got to put the capstone on his position as a sheriff. That's what I look at. We want to help him and get rid of the people that are controlling him, which we think the FBI is very much controlling him. And,
The FBI is driving force, huh?
yeah, we're like 99% sure.
Really?
They have been telling him what to do, what to say, how to do it.
And they've got something to keep him in line.
Well, look at just, it really is obvious. We're out here 35 miles. We are absolutely no threat. But if you go into town, they got it barricaded, they got cops, law enforcement, feds running all over the place, make it look like some big, I don't know, like something right out of 1980, Orwell's 1984. And they're just fear mongering. That's what they're doing, just fear mongering. I mean, you can't go near the courthouse. You go to the FBI building, they got it all barricaded up. It's like, come on. We've invited them to come and talk to us. Come on out, Sheriff. Come on out.
Well, maybe I'll stop by and ask him why he hasn't.
Absolutely. We want him to come on out. We're very transparent here. From day one, we knew this is the people's property. And we've allowed the people come in. We've allowed reporters to come in. We want to show that we have nothing to hide, that we're just being stewards of this property right now. We know it's not ours. We want to go home. I'd love to go home. I've been out here for 2 weeks now, and but
And you're going to stay for the duration?
I will stay as long as I am. This is significant.
You feel like you've been called by God to be
Oh,
here?
absolutely. There's no doubt about it. The way things have fallen in place, I mean, it was an interesting plan, to say the least. Yeah, and I was like, I'm thinking to myself, we'll find out real fast if God is behind us or not. Because if God's not behind it, we're going down in flames real quick. And just really the first couple of days showed me absolutely that God was behind. The same thing happened at the Bundy Ranch. You could just see the hand of God in it, step by step by step by step, and really how smooth things go. And I saw that. really within the first couple of days. As nerve-wracking as it is, you can just take a step back, take a deep breath. You can see how these things just fall into place. And the logistics, I think there are no logistics that can make these things happen without the hand of God. I don't care how hard you try.
Okay.
It isn't going to happen without God.
Well, you know, that's absolutely true, but you still have to get back to the government. You know, it's still, however he's going to direct it, they're going to implement it. So what do you do about them?
Well, that's a really good point. And I see down the road, I can see what's going to happen down there. And this is going to be an insult to the neighboring states and eventually to the entire United States as how things are supposed to be and how you can put them back the way they're supposed to be. Once, because we're an oppressed nation, badly oppressed. Every part of our country, business, law enforcement, the judicial system, virtually everything you can think of is turned oppressive. And we need to pull those yokes off of us. If we can pull a yoke off this place, your neighboring counties are going to take notice. The state will take notice, and the neighboring states will take notice. And we're already heavily involved with that with cows.
Right.
Yeah. And
how about we walk outside and you show me some more of what's going on?
okay.
Maybe, you know, maybe the wind won't be so bad on the background noise. Okay, we're gonna step outside, see how things are going. I know it's gonna start getting dark soon. I'll end up having to quit, but
Well, as you can see, here's a rig coming in now that you can see it's just chock full of donation. Okay.
is that from locals or are they trucking it in from?
We have an awful lot that does come in from locals. It's coming from everywhere. And more, I mean, we're seeing more and more locals, and they're very supportive.
You think they're getting over their fear?
Oh, absolutely.
Some of them, maybe?
Oh, absolutely. We've had well over 250 local ranchers come in here.
That is a lot.
That is a lot. And at first, I mean, it took a while before.
Like I said, the ones I've been talking to in town are not the ranchers.
Yeah, it's going to take a little while to reach them. The first rancher that came in here was livid. He was absolutely livid. And guess who got to talk to him first? Me. And we talked for some length right there. And, then Ammon walked up and started a conversation with him, and we brought him inside here. And I think between Ammon and Ryan and myself, I would say we spoke to him for about 2 hours. Yeah. And he was back today, by the way. He's been back multiple times and just completely changed. He has some, what they call some permits out here. He was very concerned about them. And we helped him, we alleviated his fears that he's going to be able to retain those. Because whoever's working the land now, has that prior apportionment or preemptive rights. And so we want to make sure that whoever's working the land is taken care of right off the top. And that's really important. And then what we're going to do, those lands that have been stolen, that are not being worked by the people, we're doing the research, and we're going to find out who they are, and we're going to notify them that they can come back out and start working the land again.
Well, there's also the debate about whether or not it's the regular citizens of Oregon, or is it the Paiute tribe, or,
Well, I don't really see any difference. You have a Paiute tribe and you have a nation within a nation. However, if they have land out here also and they've been working the land, they're just as welcome as anybody else. Yeah. I love Native Americans, by the way.
Well, thank you, because I am one.
My great grandmother was, I believe, I think it was 100% Cree. And, that sounds like way back there, but she was a very significant person in the history of this country, which I'm not even allowed to go into, or my mom would slap me silly.
I want to get another shot of the landscape out there. It's really pretty.
Oh, it's beautiful. It's a beautiful country, you know.
What is that down there?
What do you point at?
Straight out.
Well, you have a pond there, and you have a Audubon bird viewing area right there. So maybe that's what you're talking about. That like little shelter.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a bird viewing area, and there's a lot of neat birds out here. By the way, I love these little quail that are running around here. That's one of my jobs, is making sure they're taken care of. I feed them every day.
Really?
Yeah.
Are they loose and free?
Oh yeah, they're loose and free. Dependent upon this food source here, and you know, if they're not, those feeders aren't maintained, they won't survive the winter.
Right.
So that's one of my jobs.
Well, you know what? I know Ryan's really busy, and he was gracious enough that he said I could talk to him later, but I think I'm gonna have to do that tomorrow. It looks like it's just about dark.
He's really tied up now. Ryan is just going constantly. Ammon's going constantly. Right now he's visiting with some more. He's visiting with another rancher that he met down there at the kitchen.
Uh-huh.
And he's been there. I went up there to grab a bite to eat real quick. He was there to talk. That is priority.
Oh, absolutely. I
Priority
understand.
is the locals, and
Uh-huh.
talking to them and getting the message
Oh, we
out.
work that way.
We want to get the message out that what we are all about.
Uh-huh.
And it's all about helping and supporting the locals to get their government back, to get their lands back, and to become profitable and productive again.
Now, do you see yourself bouncing around the country doing this for other areas?
Oh yeah, that's.
Do you know of any in mind that you think might be coming up?
Well, yeah, I got this other thing. I forget what they call it. It's here somewhere, or it's not in this county. Oh, what do you call those? I can't even think of what you call it on hand. But anyhow, they want to take all this land. It's twice the size of Yellowstone National Park, and it's like a memorial to something. And there's 350 to 400 ranchers that are going to be pushed off of that. And that's
here in Oregon.
Yes, that's here in Oregon, and we've had a lot of them in also, and we have assured them that we will stop that. And I am very confident that we.
So you've already talked to them?
Oh, we've talked to quite a few of the ranchers there, and I'm very confident of it. That we in the militia have gotten a lot of respect. We have a very, very strong organization, and remember, these are all former military, law enforcement. We have a lot of current law enforcement there.
Oh, careful there.
Yeah,
it's pretty slick.
We got a lot of current law enforcement who are actually involved with us. And so there's a lot of respect there. And they know that we mean business. We've proven that time and time again. I mean, we've proved it at the Bundy Ranch, the Sugar Pine Mine, the White Hope Mine.
Were you at those areas?
I was not at those areas. But then in Pahrump, Nevada, I was involved with that one, and they just completely backed off. That was when Obama was going to take 1.8 million acres away from southern Nevada.
Okay.
Looks like some newbies.
Oh, there you go.
So they were going to take 1.8 million acres from southern Nevada, and I got involved with that with a handful of militia. It didn't take very much to end it. I was interviewed by Channel 8 there at the Clark County Library the day before we were supposed to go to Pahrump, and I just told them I call it 25,000 militia. Now, I exaggerate a little bit, but I am connected with them, and through the Bundy Ranch, and I said, we will defend the sovereignty of this state. And we had a couple hundred people at Pahrump, and the BLM never showed up, and they've never been back. And they're causing issues up in Elko County, I believe it is right now. And we got that on our radar, and it has to do with the miners and the mining. And so we have quite, and our organization is expanding tremendously fast.
Mm-hmm.
What was really I found interesting is during the Bundy Ranch thing, the militia in Arizona, you couldn't even get onto their site. It crashed. There's so many people who are trying to get involved. So,
Okay, 1 second. I'm going to go ahead and close the streaming. So wave to everybody and tell them we're going to be back tomorrow. So y'all have a good night.
At the end of it, and so I try to answer all the emails I can throughout the day. So I will do my best. If I don't get back to you, send me another one, and I will.
And how do we support our reporters that are going out there reporting this?
Yep, you want to go that through Revolution Radio, which is freedomslips.com. Click on the donate button there. You should be doing that anyway because you're listening to this through Revolution Radio, the live stream, all of it. And, Hawk does this day in, day out. And, man, he really is putting his money where his mouth is. He's helping us out with expenses and equipment and software. And, the whole reason I was able to go down and in bed with Stuart Rhodes the very first time I went to Bundy Ranch was because I was working with Revolution Radio. I had my own podcast too, but that's what opened the door to, I started broadcasting with Hawk there live. And
that's how we met, wasn't it?
I was doing fill-in work for, what's his name? Oh, the Radio Mike with.
Yeah, that's right. That's how we met. Okay. Yep. Yeah, and then you went out. Actually, I can't believe you were 100 miles from me or 80 miles from me for months, and we never managed to hook up. But I can't never leave this. That's terrible English, but I can't never leave this damn place. Here.
That's Kentucky for Kentucky speak.
You've probably never seen this. There's my see that?
Yeah.
That's the mess I got to keep running all the time, and that's not all of it. See, there's more of it around the corner, plus the one I'm sitting on. So and every time it's like sometimes I'll go to the barn and everything blows up. It knows I'm out of the room.
Yeah, I hear you. Well, they've got the Pacific Patriot Network. One of the email addresses is intermedia@pacificpatriotnetworks.com up in the chat room. And again, I can vouch for all these guys. They are awesome. They really, most of them have previous military experience. Joseph Rice is a pilot. He's a helicopter pilot. And you always have your detractors. There's people that are spinning stories about everyone. A lot of them, I think, are probably government trolls to one way or another. We should have Sergeant Major here coming pretty soon. Let me see. Check my phone here quick. Let's just turn it back on. So I may have missed his text, but we'll try calling him here in just a little bit.
All right.
We've got about 30 minutes left. He was at Safeway, so.
Was he getting snacks?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's been the joke. So. I had to. I really pissed off an English media site yesterday to the point they blocked me and just attacked my Facebook, my YouTube, and everything else because they were doing this just hugely unbiased bullcrap about what's going on out there.
Who are you talking about?
I can't even remember the name. It was like, I can't remember the name of the channel, but there was some kind of broadcast that was going on. And the guy was just acting like we were a bunch of crazy lunatics over here in America doing this stuff. And, I said, this is probably why America separated from Britain. And, of course, that just set all the Brits off, and they were ripping my YouTube apart. I had to delete 100 comments.
But you know what? I actually talked with there was a guy from New York. No, he wasn't with New York Times. He was with Reuters. One of their photographers is one of our trusted media contacts, which we do have. We do actually have some bigger media contacts that we trust with different stories. He was embedded with one of the photographers that we work with, and this is a guy that gets embedded with VPN and whatnot. We got on the subject of Pierce Morgan. Apparently, Pierce Morgan is one of the most despised and hated people in all of Britain. And that they hate him so much they couldn't believe that we took him over here and gave him his own show. Yeah, I kind of thought that was funny because the way they spin it here, he was just so popular over there, but decided to just come over here and bless us with his presence.
Yeah, he is kind of a despicable human being.
Yeah, he's a piece of something, all right.
But that's just that's a shtick, you know.
No.
Yeah, and you know, I don't know if you've noticed that all of the news companies now are always something entertainment. You know, the news is entertainment.
Pop news is what gets me. Pop news, like they literally call it that in the morning. It's like, wow, come on, guys.
So, you know, I don't know what to do about it. We're never going to get mass media to do anything. They want the fear. Fear sells headlines. If they can't get any fear, they're going to create some fear.
Well, I think there are certain writers. I think that the Patriot community is huge on the radar of the general population of the world, you know, Western world. And, you know, not a week goes by that I'm not contacted by, you know, a major production studio for Discovery Channel or History Channel, whatnot. You know, the next series of reality shows and documentaries is going to be all on the Patriot movement. I had a major video game company. I won't say which line it was, but it was one of the top video game makers in the world. Their artistic director actually came out to my cabin and spent a night here with 4 members of his team. I'm going to be going to use my likeness and part of my life as part of a character for a video game. It's one of the I can't say which one because I promise not to, but he's the point is, you know, they want more on the Patriot movement. They want more on the militias. They do. So anyway, let's see if we can't get Sergeant Major. Let me see if he's good to go yet. I'm going to give him a text here. Give me a second here, folks. I am texting Sergeant Major. Now, he's the operational commander of Oath Keepers. All right. Just let me know when you're good to go. And he was the guy that was in charge of the cat cam.
Well, I figured we'd make it go viral. Anything with a cat in it seems to go viral.
I've got a dog that matches your cat. I got a jet black German Shepherd.
This is Ivan, the terrible. Like they say, anything, if you want to make something go on YouTube viral, put a cat in it. So there you go.
All right, let me see if I better wait. Let me right here back. I don't know if this text went out yet. I gotta hold my phone up. Get it to go. And literally, Hawk will vouch for this. 1 out of 4 phone calls on my cell phone makes it out here in the woods. I don't think you can actually see anymore. Here, I'll show you guys where I live. This is, I don't know if you can see out. I don't think you can. Yeah, you're not going to be able to see it.
I saw a little bit of it.
Yeah, here, let me unplug this power cord. Power cord, it's the mic cord.
You just went dark. There you go. Now I can see it.
There. That's it's my front yard.
Awesome. Kind of looks like mine. Except for we have one house across the street, but I'm looking straight at a mountain myself.
We don't have, like I said, our neighbors are about a mile away, so a whole lot of pine trees, mountains. All right. About 40 minutes here. Let me see if I can get them on. I'll have to wait for Hawk to get back because he is wants me to tell him to take the video off while I call.
All right, stand by. I'll take it off right now. There you go.
All right, here we go.
Oh, mirror image. Interesting.
Sergeant Major. Jason Sergeant Major, it's Jason. Are you able to?
Yeah, I'll be there in 5 minutes.
5 minutes. All right, sounds good.
Yep.
All right, we'll get him here in 5 minutes.
Sounds good.
And he won't have video, I just have audio, but it's okay. I have a picture of him we can put up. Anyway, yeah, so I guess the latest update was just that they, everyone was concerned about the CPS over the weekend with Blaine Cooper taking his kids. Now I understand there is some backstory to that. Blaine Cooper is a felon. You know, not that that's any reason to take kids. I don't think it is unless you're specifically putting them in danger. But we know that CPS all the time is being used as a political tool. Whether, you know, I know a Gen 21 activist out of Colorado who lost her child due to her activism work, and they use it as a weapon. They really do. And that's one weapon that's eventually going to get them really in a lot of trouble because people are just not going to put up with their kids being taken much longer. They're just not going to do it. What are you working on?
I'm working on some video over here. I'm trying to get you reframed without getting phone numbers in the. It's a little bit of a trick.
Gotcha.
All right, there we go. All right, I'm back. Yeah, it's this whole thing's been a little bit interesting, and I am just glad after 2 weeks of trying and spending money, I finally got something going on out there that where we can get real news.
Well, I knew Sherry would do good work. She's, again, that's Sherry Duvall with Redoubt News. Now, she used to be with TVOI, which was the Voice of Idaho. Now, they were there on location too, but they pulled some weird hinky stuff with us with Oath Keepers. Like, they didn't agree with our stance at first, and we had allowed them to come to one of our private gatherings. We had a big dinner award that me and Stuart went and spoke at in Idaho. It was a private gathering. We gave them permission because they were, they had done pretty good work beforehand. And they took a video of Stuart talking about the situation there. And when they saw Stuart's reaction to things, they didn't like it. And they asked us, they told us that's our copyright and we need to pull it. Now, there are questions to that because it was our private event. It was Stuart's words. And we gave them permission to be there in the first place. Luckily enough, I had my own video because we set up cameras, and any video we do interview, we try to get audio and video of, so because we're misquoted so often at Oath Keepers that it makes sense to have a copy of things. So that's what we do, and we just took that, and I took my video, it was just over a little bit, and put it up. So it didn't really change anything. We took theirs down and put ours up, but just the fact that they would pull something like that, I don't know. And then she left over that and maybe took a moral stand, which I commend her on. And I think she's going to go far with this whole Redoubt thing, Redoubt News. I think does good work. I'm glad that she's finally got plugged in. I know it's and what people don't understand, they think they're going to go in there and get plugged in and that it's just running smoothly. And these things never run smoothly. They're always a cluster. So.
Yeah, and by the way, everybody's loving what we're doing. Actually, what I did is I attached this live stream right into the first live stream, so it's all going to be one big long one. We got about 2 hours in length now, so we got a pretty good chunk of different things going on here. So,
right, we got a question. What is CPS on the air? Or listening in the chat room, and that is Child Protective Services. So Blaine Cooper, one of the guys that are there at the refuge. Now, let me make this clear. His kids were not there at the refuge. They were, I believe, in Arizona, where he's from. at a grandparent's house. So they took them from the grandparent's house and then gave them to a brother-in-law. So that it just sounds hinky. It sounds like there was some weird things going on there because were the grandparents really putting them in, or were they just using it as a political move to say, hey, watch watch it. This is what we can do. I don't know. And then they give them from the grandparents to a brother-in-law. There's something we're either not getting the full story or something they're not following usual protocol. But yeah, CPS is Child Protective Service about Blaine Cooper, who again is of some renowned on Facebook and YouTube. He does videos. He does Third Watch videos. I had him on my show a while back talking about they did their back in Arizona. Remember when the homeless veterans were getting beat up?
Yeah.
And whatnot. He's the one who organized everyone to help go and part of it. He wasn't the only one, but help cover, getting people unified to go out there and do security details for these homeless veterans that were getting beat up by gang members and whatnot, and went out and protected these veterans. So doing some good work. And now him and Ritzheimer they're kind of have done some things that have got some people, somewhat upset, but they believe in what they're doing. They're very passionate about it, and they've got some issues with radicalized Islam. And Ritzheimer was the one who organized the World Day of what was it? The day, the Global Day for Humanity is what it was called. And what it was is they were outside a mosque, and they actually had some Muslims that had reformed and whatnot talking about, radical Islam. And again, I'm pretty moderate. Those who listen to my show and my work know that I am very moderate in my beliefs when it comes to that. But, I do, as things get more and more radicalized, I certainly have a lot of concerns. Now, we got Sergeant Major just texted me. We're going to go ahead and get him on the layer now. So if you want to pull my video, I'll get him added.
All right, stand by. All right.
Here we go.
By the way, ladies and gentlemen, being a resident of Kentucky, support your local economy.
Your call has been forwarded to an automatic voice message system.
He must have just got another call. Hold on. Let me text him real quick. He just sent me a text saying I'm here.
People.
Oh, he's calling my cell phone. Hold on. Hey, Sergeant Major, I'm going to call you back with my Skype number, okay?
People wonder how I managed to do this 16 hours a day, 17 days a week, and it's because I support my local economy. I get crap about it, but...
You know what? I actually, when I was there, I was drinking moonshine.
Oh, no. That would take me out way too fast.
Yeah. Sergeant Major, this is Jason Van Taten over here live on our show here. I've got Nitehawk with me, and thanks for coming on, my friend.
You bet, Jason and Nitehawk. Thanks a million for having me, and all you folks out there, those good patriots that are upholding this country. I want to say thank you very much for all you do.
Absolutely. Well, thank you for what you're doing. You went and took over for me there when I had to go, and you took over operation. I wasn't the operation commander. I was just out there getting intel, really. But you came, and you're kind of where when we pull out the big guns, we send you. And you had operational command in Lincoln, and we're involved in Sugar Pine. And now we're getting involved there. So you are on the board of directors of Oath Keepers. For those that don't know who Sergeant Major Centrolo is, he's on the board of directors and kind of almost the acting vice president. I won't say that, but he does a lot of stuff for us, and just a very squared away gentleman. So thank you for what you're doing. Give us an update. What's happening there over the weekend that we need to let people know about? What's the feeling there? What's going on?
Well, the incident with the folks that came and got Blaine Cooper's children exploded. Good patriots all across the nation wanted to to know if we needed them here, and we tried to tamp that down with the FBI and the local law enforcement because they were exceedingly concerned about a huge influx of patriots, which I believe we managed to do, and we're still trying to collect credible information about what really happened down there in Arizona. We have been in contact daily with the FBI. I just came back from talking with both the FBI and now here sheriff here, and we are trying to open a dialogue all the way to Washington, D.C. to have a swift and peaceful end with this. Now, the ball is in their ball court, and I explained to them that there's no deadline that we're giving them. However, it would behoove every man and woman in this great country for them to come to a speedy end. We're trying to put the FBI with the Bundys to get to a peaceful resolution. That's the latest that we've got here, Jason.
Do you think Ammon's gonna be willing to come forward and talk with the FBI if you were able to set something up with them?
That was a question that the agent asked me, and I said, I don't know, but it's better that we start here because we have not gotten a lot of action from the FBI as to sitting down and talking with him. But I think as how Ammon is a pretty affable individual, I honestly believe that if we can get out there, sit down, talk with him, I believe he probably will meet with him. But I did put the codicil on the meeting that if they are planning to arrest him, I think that would be very, very bad for all sides involved. So I suggested a neutral spot where they could get together.
Now, Sergeant Major, it seems like the FBI haven't been following the usual protocol. Normally, when you'd see something like this, they would kind of cordon off the area and then send a negotiator in to make contact. That hasn't been what's happened. Do you have any thoughts as to why that might be?
Well, having talked with the FBI numerous times now, their comment to me and to other PPN members was very straightforward. I thought they stated that they did not want to inflame this situation in any way, shape, or form, so they have just stayed at the airport or here at the courthouse, and they're letting things work out. I thought to myself, this is not standard FBI tactics, but it's been working so far in that there's not been any armed confrontations. So I think that was not a bad idea, but I also told them it's now time to start upping the ante and let's get you guys together and get a resolution so the people of Burns and also of Oregon and the United States can calm down and go back to their lives, because none of us wants to be here, them included. We all want to go home.
Absolutely. At this point, how long do you think you see yourself being there?
Until I'm not needed here anymore, is the way I feel right now.
Well, we certainly appreciate the work that you're doing. You've always been a calming influence, and we need those cooler heads to prevail. Now, we're going to actually be standing up, I think later today. I've already got the page built on the Oath Keepers website with your call up and ask for support. Tell us a little bit about the call up that Oath Keepers is going to be doing and how that's going to work in conjunction with the PPN.
Okay. Many of the past operations have been Oath Keepers working with groups before, 3%ers all across the nation. And the bottom line here is we are asking Oath Keepers to come here, level-headed personnel, and we're asking for them to coordinate with the Pacific Patriots Network.com and then go to the volunteer button so that we can more easily coordinate all of the disparate groups that are here under the PPN banner. This is not an Oath Keeper operation. We are lending our abilities and skill sets to the folks at Burns while we're teaching them about the Constitution and looking forward to continuing to do that. We're educating the people here who have been beaten down over a period of about 40 years. So I feel extremely proud of all of PPN, the 3%ers, the Oath Keepers, the Oregon militias. We got people from all over the U.S. here. So we're finally working in concert what we really need to do. And hopefully one day PPN will not just be a group here in the western states, but it'll be a group across the United States of patriots, regardless of what you call yourself, working together towards a common goal of having a constitutional America again. So we're doing hard work here, and I'm really, really proud of what we're doing.
Absolutely. Now, if people can't make it out there and you just want to give financially, you can do that either through the PPN website directly or through Oath Keepers. Again, we're going to be putting this website up later tonight. Just go to oathkeepers.org and there will be a page that will be specifically for the Oregon situation, where you get the latest updates, whether that's video interviews that I'm putting out or articles that other people are writing, live streams, things like that. Your most recent information will be there. The call up will be there. The PayPal button where you can donate financially to the PPN if you can't make it out there. We know there are a lot of people out there that wish they could make it, but just they either can't get away physically, unable to, whatever that may be. And understand that this button, it doesn't go to Oath Keepers at all. This is their PayPal button that I've taken and plugged into our website. So all the funding goes directly to PPN, and they'll be able to use those funds how they feel they best can be used. And again, if you want to help support the media coverage of what's going on, you can do that through Revolution Radio, and Hawk has helped with getting people out there and adding financial support. So go to freedomslips.com, click on the donate button there. So we only have a few minutes left. What do you think? Do you think things have calmed down? I know that over the weekend they got real tense. I know that we're tracking some wide vehicles, and now we're getting pictures from some of our intelligence assets there of some armored vehicles that seem to be on wide vehicles. Do you think they're calming down at this point, or do you think we still need to be worried about a possible Waco type situation?
I was told today, and I've been told for the past 4 days by the FBI themselves, that they have no intention of Wacoing the refuge. They understand that if they do that will be the fuse that lights the second American Revolution. They don't want to do that, and that is another reason they haven't been going out there. But I said that we got to talk. The time for posturing is over with. So I'm really hoping that the SAC will get the information that I put out and that he will act upon it. But again, we have to realize that unfortunately the SAC is answerable to Washington, D.C. So we'll see what happens with that, Jason. We're just doing the best we can here. We're like that little duck that's out on the pond, looks all calm, cool, and collected, but on the bottom we're paddling. But as far as to any kind of level of aggressiveness, that's been going down more and more because we've been talking to the sheriff's officers and waving to them, and talking to the police and waving to them, and going out to the airport and talking with the FBI. And when we first got out there, they were very tense, but now it's, hey, how you doing? You got enough coffee, and we offer them coffee, and so they're starting to listen to what we're saying, and we're trying to listen to what they say. And I really do think that that's been a really big help to all of this people of Burns, Oregon, and the incident itself.
I gotta say, it's crucial. I mean, it really, that communication, and unfortunately at first, when they PPN first showed up with their column of vehicles in a historic moment when they went and talked with the FBI, they told them to leave, just go. And, Brandis Curtis relayed to me, he said, no, we're not just going to leave anymore. The days of people just up and when you tell them to leave and go away, we're no longer living in those days. And I'm so glad that they're talking with you. and communicating, and the dialogues are being started because they're so necessary to a good outcome. So we have about 5 minutes left. Is there anything else you'd like to add, Sergeant Major?
Yeah, you know, all you patriots out there, as Jason was very pointed in saying, if you can't come, then you can help us with a donation. We don't care if it's a penny, a nickel, or a dollar. It doesn't matter. It all combines and helps everyone involved here. We've moved away from our families. We are here for the duration. Many of us are traveling back and forth hundreds of miles to be here. So what we really need is people that can come and help us do administrative things. We have many people that are not physically fit, but they're able to come and help us unload supplies or talk with the locals or just help us do our paperwork here, keeping track of those donations and keeping track of everything that's coming into us. So, you know, for every person that's out there on the ground, there are probably 7 or 8 that need to be supporting those folks. So,
hey
even
guys,
if you're not physically fit, please come.
Hey guys,
we'll utilize your skill set anyway.
Sure. Hold on, Sergeant. What's up?
Yeah, we can still go. We're off on B. We're still on A, and we can carry over on live stream. And I'm trying to get Sherry to join us on live stream, just to kind of do an after show before we sew it up for the night. As soon as she answers me, if you're available.
I'm gonna have to kick out. I gotta cook up some steaks for the girls, and then I promised them, because I've been in Oregon and then out to Idaho for this training right away. I promised my girls I'd take them to Star Wars tonight. So
okay, cool.
I'm gonna make good on that promise and take my girls out.
All right. It looks like we're clearing on Studio A too. So.
All right. Well, Sergeant, thanks for joining us. If you're still there next week, we'll get another update from you, and I'm sure I will talk with you on a daily basis anyway. So we'll talk to you soon.
Thanks, Jason, for having us on, and God bless all you good patriots out there.
All right, later, guys.
United we win, and divided we fall. God bless you.
God bless you and everybody. All right.
See you guys later. Enjoy Star Wars. I won't give you any spoilers.
Bye, guys.
Absolutely.
You think I'll be happy with that?
Good question.
Are they calling us here?
If they're anything like my husband, they just keep talking. He loves his radio. Okay, I'm gonna take a, come on over here and give us a tour. How's that sound? Would that be a good start? Would that make it easier? Do y'all call this the Chow Hall?
We call this the Chow Hall, and this is where so many local farmers and people from the community just dropped off so many supplies that we have an overabundance right now. More than enough to feed the people that are heading in from.
Are there any supplies that you need at all?
I would have to check with the higher ups on that, but not as far as food at this point. And I think that the supplies we might need might be other types of supplies. So.
Would you like to give us your name and introduce yourself?
Rhonda.
Rhonda?
And I got fired for 22 years here in Oregon and all over the western U.S. And I was a contractor for the BLM and Forest Service. So I've seen a lot of the abuses and the way that they treat the ranchers and the way that they treat the homeowners with very little to no regard for what their wishes are and what happens on their own land. And I've seen the amount of money wasted by the government, and I've seen I don't think there's 1 year that's gone by where I have not heard a Forest Service or BLM employee chuckle and laugh about job security once a fire takes off. So that's kind of the mood out there.
I guess that's it.
I've seen a lot of that, and I have 6 children that I really love, and I don't feel that it's right for us to put that in our children's laps. I mean, how are they going to know how to deal with it when we are not even sure how to deal with it?
Right.
We can't do that to them, because this is just going to get worse the longer we leave it be. People need to get the government back under their control instead of the other way around.
So did you come down when you heard the call go out, or did you, were you around before then?
I've been watching it on the internet very closely, and I was thinking about coming out here, but when I saw the amount of disinformation that the government was putting out, I think that's what finally quenched it for me, because I was finding out that a lot of the news articles they were putting out were false, and I was finding out that they'd been doing things like following people to their homes and trying to intimidate them, saying that they were with the militia. And I saw this disinformation that the government was putting out, and I just didn't feel that it was right. I wanted people to know that if I'm brave enough to come out here and I feel totally safe here with these people. I don't feel safe about the government being out there, but I feel totally safe with these good people in here. And if anyone out there believes in God, you need to know that after briefing, all these guys got down on their knees and prayed to God. Not one person was standing. And that's...
Let's go over into the other side. Maybe we'll cut down a little bit on the background noise. What do you think?
The monster.
I really appreciate you taking some time with me.
You're welcome.
This is so important, and we're trying so hard to get your story out and the story of everybody in here, compared to what's already out there.
Yeah. Exactly. I think, though, that most people are not really keen enough to detect all of that. It takes a lot of research to dig into each one of those and find out if it's real. It takes a lot of time. So most people don't have the time to do that kind of research and find out that the government's putting up all these false flag type things, trying to make the people of Burns think that it's us. And that is absolutely not true. Last night we had a bonfire with everybody, and there were press people there with cameras too, and there were people from the community that came to have they offered us a beer, but we didn't take one. But they came to just hang out with us and enjoy the company and see what's
So you don't have any alcohol out? That's
good. I mean, the community members may come and bring some to have while they're here or whatever, that's fine, but...
Not like a big party going on out here.
No. Well, it actually kind of is, but there's just no drugs and alcohol. There's bonfires and guitars and singing, and there's a lot of people praying, and a lot of people fighting for you out there. You're seeing this right now? Just like I know that at any moment the government could come in and land with helicopters and just completely just take us all out and write the narrative later. And I have 6 children. And I'm risking that. So please, if anybody hears this, please come fight for your country. Don't put this in your kids' laps.
How long have you been here?
I've only been here 1 day, but I'm gonna come back.
Did you stay on site last night?
Yeah, they were really nice. They gave me a bed and a room and everything. I was gonna sleep in fire hall with the other guys, but they wanted to baby me because I'm a girl. But there's a lot of really good people here from as far away as North Carolina even, that that I met, and so I'm just hoping more brave people will show up and help us and be here. And I don't think there's one person here that doesn't feel like he was called by God to come here and stand up for Americans' rights to not be bullied by the federal government, to not have their homes taken away, their ranches taken away. If you think about it, people out there, think about your life. Is there any area of your life that the government is not involved in? Think about that for a minute.
I totally understand what you're saying. And even if I don't always comment, I'm letting everybody else absorb it.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's interesting because the more, I look into different issues, the more I'm seeing. And I thought I knew a lot. I learned that I didn't know that much. Yes.
And another thing I would like to mention is that the media in America has a complete blackout on what's going on in Iceland. Do you know what's going on in Iceland?
No, tell me.
The people have taken over the government and they have killed a bunch of their leaders, kicked them out, put all new leaders in, and they're writing a new constitution for their country. And you don't know that because the American government is keeping this from you and every one of us because they don't want us to get the idea that that could happen here. They don't want us to get hope. They don't want us to see what's going on over there. They wrote a whole new constitution for their land over there. The good people that took over and ousted all the government people that were bullying everyone. So the U.S. government is blocking that from American media right now because they don't want us to think that
If I'm not mistaken, the economy in Iceland is booming.
Yeah. Definitely. And it's probably because of that. I think a lot of people are getting more hope. It gives them hope that they were able to go in, take out the bad guys, put all new good people in, make good rules. But I guarantee you won't see it anywhere on the American media. And this should wake you up, people. There's a total blackout on Iceland. And there's a reason why.
So, do you see an end to what's happening here anytime soon?
Well, considering that there are patriots coming over from all over the U.S. right now, headed here, I believe it's going to get bigger. And I think what everybody here is hoping for is that the people that they have taken into jail wrongfully, with double jeopardy and all that, they need to let those people free. And if they do that, and if they give this land back to the original, try to locate the original owners and the original, like some of them were Indian land reservations that were even...
I've smoked a lot and quit a lot, but ended up nowhere. Now I use this.
The Nicoderm CQ patch with unique extended release technology helps prevent the urge to smoke all day.
I want this time to be my last time. That's why I choose Nicoderm CQ.
Like some of them were Indian land reservations that were even taken after they were given to the Indians. These ranchers need their land back, and we need to find those people that have been pushed out of here and give them their land back. And we need to get the federal government to realize they work for us, and that's not the other way around. And I just see too many people who work for the federal government getting a bully attitude. And they don't have to care because they have so much power. I have seen, the reason why I'm here also is because after fighting fire for 22 years and seeing how the Forest Service handles fires and realizing that they put those guys in jail for a second time for a little 140-acre burn that was an accident. And I work with BLM people and Forest Service people that they do that all the time and then joke about it being job security. And then they're going to put us in jail. The rules for them and the rules for us are so different, so far apart, and they should be the same. If we have to go by something, the government people should too. And I got sick of seeing all of that going down, and the ranchers and homeowners being treated terribly by these bullies, you know? So, I just want, I want people to just stand up and be strong, you know? If I'm a mother of 6 and I have a lot to lose, one of these people, one of the leaders, just Blaine Cooper, just had his kids taken away by Child Protective Services, where they were at with the family members at home or whatever. While they were here, they went and took their kids.
You think maybe we could find him and get him to talk to us a little bit?
Possibly. I'm leaving, but I'll try to get you in contact with someone. I know he had some meetings and stuff he was going to, so
okay.
We can try and track him down. But yeah, he had his kids taken, and they were devastated last night. They were crying.
Have they been returned?
No.
Really?
They headed back to Arizona, where they're from, and because they wanted to, you know, find out what's wrong with their kids after they found out they got taken. And then when they were almost there, I guess they found out that they had brought them here. So I don't know where, or brought them somewhere else, took them somewhere else. So they're trying to find out where their kids are right now. And, you know, there are a couple other people that have been jailed, either rightfully or wrongfully, I don't know. But they're...
Yeah, we heard about the gentleman in town with the truck at Safeway.
Mm-hmm.
Heard about that one.
Yeah,
And then we heard about Mr. Cooper.
Yeah.
And I hadn't heard about any others, though. Have you?
I think there were one guy, they arrested him for something with his shotgun, or not his shotgun, his gun not being registered, or I can't remember what it was.
Really?
Something like that. So, what I would say to people who want to come out here is don't bring your children, because they will see that as a reason to take them away. Keep them at home with someone safe. You can bring your military gear, but don't wear it in town, because we don't want to scare the locals. And bring your long guns, but don't wear those in town if at all possible. And just try to be in town as friendly and nice to people as you can, because there's government people out there dressing up like cowboys, trying to act like idiots and give us a bad name.
Have you been in town to talk to anybody?
Yeah, when I came through, I stopped at Safeway and I saw that thing going on with the truck. And while I was in there, I had a couple of ladies ask me, "Oh, are you with the militia?" Because they saw my gun. And I wasn't sure if I should say yes or no. And they said, "Well, thank you if you are." And so they were really nice, and thank you for being here. But
yeah, I've talked to several people, and it seems to be kind of split. You know, I think the tide is turning towards everybody out here, but there are certain incidents that will happen that will maybe back it up.
Yeah. And some of those incidents are actually not even us, which is sadly to say that the government's disinformation is working on a lot of people out there. And so I would really encourage people to really dig into these stories and make sure that they're not just listening to another lie the government's putting out there.
Well, that's why we're trying to help. We're trying to get the truth out. Not too many people inside have been able to get their story out.
Yeah, there's kind of a block, but you know, if people will...
I think they're having a party.
I know. If people will post this on YouTube, you know, and get the word out there to everybody, it'll help. And if more people come, the more of you that come here, I think the safer we'll actually be, because we'll have more cameras going, and it'll be less likely that they'll just come in here with helicopters and shoot us all, or take us out with a drone strike and then write the narrative later kind of thing. Because there's going to be live cameras, live footage going on to prove that what's really going on here, we're not a bunch of radicals. These people were like, they praise God and they're good people just trying to fight for not their rights only, but everybody's rights in America right now. So we need help. We need you. We need help, or it's not going to work.
We'll see what kind of word we can get out for you.
Yeah, and I would also say to those of you who are out there that just want to get your guns and camo and come play soldier, this is not the place for you. This is not a game out here. We don't really want any Timothy McVeigh crazy types out here, okay? We don't want anybody who's, likely gonna, pop up and say things or do the wrong thing. I love the group we have here. They're all level-headed, calm people, good people, and they're not gonna just do a knee-jerk reaction to anything, And a lot of this disinformation, they've been trying to get these guys to do some kind of knee-jerk reaction. And they've stood solid, and they're just standing firm. And they do not, none of these people will shoot anybody unless fired upon. And that is one very important thing I want everybody out there to remember. They will not fire unless fired upon. We are only here to stand up for the American people. And that's it.
That's awesome. You are so good.
Thank you.
You really are. And you don't know how much people are appreciating the fact that you all are here. Maybe not 100% yet, but we're trying to, like I say, get the word out from inside.
Yeah.
Instead of the outside looking at it.
Yeah. I understand their situation because I was sitting on the computer looking at all this stuff and going, what's really going on out there? And I just thought, I'm going to go out there and find out for myself. And I was scared coming here. I was scared driving up. My hands were sweaty. I was just really fearful that coming into this unknown situation where the government could shoot us or whatever. And I don't even know these people here that I'm coming to meet. But once I got here and I knew they were there,
I was out here yesterday and I was, talking to a few people, and I have to tell you, I feel.
So you want to travel to Disney World. You would also love to stay at a Disney-owned resort, but not just any, a deluxe Disney Villa Resort.
Talking to a few people, and I have to tell you, I feel safer out here than I do in town.
You actually are, because in town you're not surrounded by people with guns that would die to save your life. In town you're just surrounded with normal citizens. Out here,
well, not just that. There's a lot of federal authorities and county authorities and militia that you don't know what they're doing necessarily.
So I say, if you want to come out here, don't bring your kids. Bring your camel gear, but don't wear it in town. We don't want to intimidate anybody. We're trying to keep the townspeople happy by helping them repair things and stuff. And if any of the townspeople or anybody is welcome to come out here and have a bonfire and kick back with us and talk with us and see what's really going on out here and meet some of these people.
Oh, cool. Did I hear you say you're getting ready to leave?
Yeah.
Can I hitch a ride to the front gate in a minute?
Sure.
Yeah, I want to talk to Jimmy first if I can find him.
Okay, sure.
He wanted to ask everybody for New Testaments. So that's one thing that he said that he knew that they needed here was some more Bibles.
He brought me one. I have it right here.
Oh, how cool.
Well, almost everybody here has Bibles already anyways, but you know what, this is kind of a keepsake for the moment, for the time, so.
Well, if they need more for people that are coming in, anybody that didn't happen to bring theirs, that's something we can do is ask everybody for, if anything like that, we can just have them send it down.
Yeah. And I thank all the people in town who've been bringing us all these blankets and pillows and jackets and books and games and food of every kind. They're just totally spoiling us, and it's just really awesome.
That's cool. It's very cool.
All right, cool. Yeah, you wanna get somebody else?
You see him around over there?
Blaze actually worked with one of
How about
Pickup truck that could run to HQ to pick up some donations and bring them back, please? Thank you very much. Oh, I'm going to let you again. Hey, Joe, I appreciate it.
Hey, you know what else?
you're going up to do it? Yeah, okay.
When they came
When you have plaque psoriasis, you see patches on your skin's surface. But let's look at the condition's inner workings. Psoriasis occurs when your immune system is not working right.
Being able to say what you wanted to say. Nothing strengthens already so much as silence. This is Leonardo da Vinci.
It's our great quote.
And it is so true.
Mm-hmm.
Also, our lives begin to end the day we become silent. This is Martin Luther King again. If we can just remember the words of these men and women, we have some women in here too, then I think that we really can accomplish a lot of things.
I mean, enough that you all could be rest the same.
All that is necessary for the triumph of evil is for good men to do nothing. Free speech. When we all protect each other's right to speak, express different opinions from our own, that is freedom. This is freedom right here. We need to remember there are different opinions, and there's not just Bundy supporters, there's not just government supporters. There's a lot of people in the middle, and they need to be heard too. They need their voices heard. I happen to be one of them.
So you're kind of in the middle, huh?
A little bit. I don't know how I feel about the takeover out there. I don't know that was 100% necessary. However, I don't think any of you guys would be here if that didn't happen.
Certainly a lot of hard feelings in town.
Yes.
Judge Crasby and how is this place going to heal? This is all over.
Well, one thing Kearney County is pretty good at is forgetting. So I think hopefully the harsh things being said and all of that can be forgiven and we can move on from that. Right now, my biggest purpose right now is to get people to come together and start talking without all the cruelty and for us to start making some change that can be for the betterment of everyone.
And as of today, are you optimistic that, or is there a hard period ahead, Dylan?
We are, I'm able to, I've been able to start having dialogue with a lot of people that are on different sides of the fence than me. And so that does give me a lot of optimism that we can start talking to each other without just "you're wrong." You know? So hopefully that really does keep happening, and we really can keep trying to make better. Some of the specific things we're working on right now, some of the people in the community are looking at how we can help to get our mandatory minimum sentences. And I think that is a huge aspect of this. Because if it weren't for that law, the families wouldn't have been sent back to prison, in my opinion, unjustly. And if we can change that law, maybe we can at least stop this from happening to anyone else.
What's your last name? I think you sent me an email.
Leather, L-E-A,
oh, right.
T-H-E-R-S -King,
And it's V-A-N-E-S-S-A.
Yes.
Hold on.
I'm 32.
And what kind of work you do?
I'm a hairstylist. And a mama. My hairstylist and mother.
Where are you from originally?
I am kind of here and Sandy, Oregon.
Where is Sandy?
On the other side of Mount Hood.
Oh.
And part of the reason I guess I'm so passionate about this is because what's happening to the ranchers isn't the first time that government overreach has been a problem for communities. And I thought as a little kid, I saw whole towns decimated over there because of what happened with the logging. And now I've seen it with ranching. My family has had a ranch here for 4 generations, and we don't have it now. And I can't help but think that in part,
how did it sell it? I mean,
my grandparents sold the ranch. They have a small little piece of land now, but it was a decent sized ranch before, and it's where I was raised for the most part. And there were a lot of factors contributing to the sale of the ranch, but I know part of the things that were happening were things like not getting paid out on your farm insurance, and also grazing rights being changed after you paid for them.
It's still a ranch, private.
It's not a working ranch anymore. We have a little bit of land.
But the people who bought that land where the ranch was?
Yes, absolutely. It was bought by a very big name of the county.
A big ranch, a big private ranch. So you mostly grew up around here?
Mm-hmm. I've lived here full time since I was 12. We came over a lot on vacations as a littler kid. Sorry. I went to school at Crane High School out here, and yeah, I've lived here for about 21 years. I do keep leaving and coming back because this is a great place to live. It's generally a great community. But the last few years I moved came and came back to Crane because Thank you.
You're going to be over at this thing tonight?
At Chris Ann Hall's?
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely.
At 5 o'clock?
5 to 7. And then it's a 2-part. It's a seminar and it'll be tonight and Wednesday.
I'll probably see you tonight.
All right.
Nice
Thank
meeting you. Good seeing you, Kim.
Have you ever heard Chris Ann speak before?
I have not in person, no, but I've watched a lot of her videos.
Yeah.
And I think as many people as possible should be there tonight. Regardless of how they feel about the refuge takeover or anything else, they should be there to hear it and take what they want from it.
So what do you think about all the extra people in town? Now, not talking the refuge, we're talking in town.
Feeling. My husband works in a local service business, and it has caused a little bit of strife in there. Not so many local customers as normal because there's so many from out of town.
You're allowed to plug any business if you want to.
Yeah.
We're live. Go
I
ahead.
don't know that my husband wants me to.
Gotcha.
I do know that there have been reports of people being followed, stalked, harassed, etc. And I really pray that whoever is doing that doesn't anymore. I don't know who they're with or who they are, but that needs to stop, and it needs to stop in both directions.
Have you been personally afraid yourself?
No.
How much fear is there in the community in general?
There's quite a bit of fear. People are very afraid. I know that some of the kids of police officers have been followed around. Like I said, I'm not going to say who's doing it. There's differences of opinion on that. I don't know for a fact. So, but people are worried about that kind of thing, tires being slashed, stuff like that. Although, my opinion, those kind of things, tires being slashed and regular things like that have been, they were going on long before any militia groups were here. But in fact, I know the week before anyone showed up. I think a lot of people are afraid though, because there is a climate of fear that's being perpetuated, in my opinion, by our local officials. They're saying, don't talk to these malicious people, don't go out there, don't talk to, don't support them, don't, so when that's coming from your local officials, it's gonna make you a little scared. Mm-hmm. And that's happening. It's also interesting, I talk to just as many people that are more afraid of the FBI as I talk to that are more afraid of the militias. So it's
Think is that
an
evenly
interesting
split
dynamic.
right now?
Yeah, the people I talk to, I'm
Sure.
not going to speak for the entire time.
Sure.
But yeah, there's a big split in that.
May I comment?
Absolutely, we hope
having
you do.
A whole big old conversation here. I thought the other day, okay, so I'm a little afraid of the FBI. Oh, and some of my friends are afraid of the militia. Why are we all so afraid? Right? Well, forget why. Let's just go into the dynamics of this fear. What is it doing? Keeping our minds on fear. And I know that a tactic of people who are trying to pull something off is to run interference by causing other distractions. Is it possible that there's something really big happening that we don't know about? I don't have the answer. We're going to find out.
How are we going to find out?
I can't divulge that yet. Hopefully there'll be some news.
Have you been personally afraid yourself?
Actually, I have not. But there was a slight tendency to want to be afraid that the FBI were going to do something rash. And then I realized that doesn't make sense for me or for what they're trying to prove is happening. And it may be that the FBI actually can see the point.
You live here in Burns?
I do.
What's your name?
Joan.
Joan.
Yeah.
And your last name is?
Not given it.
How long have you been here in Burns?
Well, this time about 6 months. I lived here 11 years, 20 years ago.
I want you to stay from the fire.
So yeah, time has gone
Has this
by.
been like home? Is that why you came back?
I love this place, and I am in love with someone who lives here. So it was about love.
That's awesome.
But I can't help but give my finger into the pie of people who are standing up for human rights. I'm there. That's my thing. Besides baking.
We homeschool a couple of the kids.
Did you bring any cookies today?
Who has time? That's the only problem. All the fun stuff you don't get to do right now.
Yeah, there's my problem. I want to. My grandkids were baking, and I don't get to share them either. So. Thank you. Thank you for everything that you're doing. You get another shot over here.
Someday we'll have to sort it all out. Because I know all the people who are working for this. We all don't agree on everything either, but that's what America's about. And I would love it if we could sit back down at the table again and all the sides could talk reasonably and come to common ground. I miss that. We used to do that in this country.
Do you feel like that's a general consensus in town? Is everybody just wants to sit down and discuss it and get it worked out?
I haven't really thought about it, so I can't say.
So think about it, darling. You can come up with something.
Well, I know that I've been to several meetings, and there's been two main opinions. One is Bundy's go home, and the other is, let's hear what Mr. Bundy needs to say that he believes is this important to have done what he has done. Let's hear the whole story. But then you may know they didn't give us a venue. The county wouldn't give it to us. But we're still working on something. And we're trying to work with the county. We're waiting to hear. There. Now you got what you want to do. I'm going to go back out.
Well, when you hear, can we get in on that? You bet.
Grab the box of granola bars for the kids. Come back here. Oh, yeah.
Hi there.
Every one of them. So get back behind she did make it. We've been having a lesson in our first.
All right. So what does her sign say?
So she came up with that on her
Voices. Beautiful. Right. Takes too long.
Right. All the signs are right here. I just told people to grab a sign if they want to.
Good, yeah. I'm gonna walk over here and get some wide shots of everybody if I can. Excuse me, I'm sorry. I like that one. Can we talk to you for a moment?
Absolutely.
Awesome. I like that sign. That's a good one.
Yep. One I made last night.
So can we get your name?
I'm Galen Phillips.
Hello, Gayla.
Hi.
Are you a resident of Burns?
My cousin is, and my fiance grew up here. So we live close to Pendleton. So we still have the same issues you guys do, and had to come down and get our voices heard.
Very cool. You are live.
All right.
We're on Revolution Radio.
Cool. I've been watching you guys.
Have you? Good. And Brett there and I are with Readout News.
Okay. Awesome.
Tell us, what is your most important issue today?
Well, all voices need to be heard, and I don't think we are getting heard. We try to have meetings. We try our hardest. Talk about it. Nothing ever gets done. So we're ready to. We have to be loud, and that's what we're going to do. And it all starts with getting heard. And
what do you think about the refuge and what they're doing out there?
I'm glad they did it. I am. Otherwise, you wouldn't be here, you know? And this little tiny town, it's an important part of Oregon, and it was. I mean, this was a county that contributed a lot to all of Oregon, and with logging and ranching and everything just going away, it's just people are moving out. This is a great place to live, and we need people to want to live here and be able to support themselves and live here. And
what do you think about all the people that are here in town now, not just but the FBI and such like that? How does that make you feel?
Well, people talk about being scared of the militia and the occupiers, but I'm more scared of the FBI for sure. They have the power, and we need to get it back. So I'm glad the 3%ers are here. I'm glad that everyone is welcome here. It doesn't matter if I agree with them or not, but everyone should be down here and given a voice. So,
can you give us an opinion on your sheriff and your judge?
I wish they get their heads out of the sand and listen to the people. That'd be great. They don't know the power they have, and it's sad because they do. They have the power to make a lot of changes, and it's so frustrating wanting to speak to somebody and you're waiting 2 hours for him to come out of a building just so you can have a talk with them, and it's not changing as far as I know. We're not getting
anywhere with Judge Grassi, the sheriff, and it's too bad. He has a lot of power. He could be helping a lot.
Will you be going to the sheriff's meeting tomorrow or to see Chris Ann Hall?
I will be seeing Chris Ann Hall. We've got to head back to Pendleton. I was really upset that the meeting was actually moved to tomorrow because I was really looking forward to that. I went to last Monday's meeting, and it's just too bad. It's a great day to have the meeting too. It's Martin Luther King Day. It's about getting our voices out there, and there was no. It just happened. It was announced last night. There's nothing we could do about it. So I'd like to go, but my fiance needs to get back to work. So I'll get updates from Vanessa, though. It'll be all right.
Understand that.
Yeah.
And keep track of Revolution Radio and Read Out News. You'll get us some updates on those as
Absolutely.
well.
Thank you for what you're doing. We appreciate it a lot.
Thank you. We love to see citizens standing up for their rights. That's what's important.
Well, no one else is doing it. We got to.
There you go.
Yeah.
There you go.
Thank you.
I'm sinking. Can I talk to you for a moment? No? Okay, I will.
Talk to this guy. I don't talk good in camera.
Well, pretend I don't have a camera. What do you think? All right. Say that again. Yeah, the New York Times was here. Let me look. Oh, awesome. Looks like he may have left. But we're getting, that was fun. Can I talk with you a moment?
Sure.
I'm Sherry. That's my husband, Brett. We're with Read Out News, which is an independent news outlet out of North Idaho, and we're also with Revolution Radio, and we've got it going live right now.
Okay.
Somebody told me that you were a member of the Committee of Safety. Is that right?
Kind of a member, yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
From the beginning?
Yes.
Yeah?
From the very beginning.
Yeah?
I've been on it since day one.
Can we get your name? Is that all right?
My name is Ed Snipes. S-N-I-P-E-S.
You know what? Last time I heard the word snipes was when we went snipe hunting with my kids. So you're out here standing up for your, let's see your sign. Come on.
Oh, this one's one of the kids. I'm just holding it up. It was on the ground.
Well, you're helping. That's great. So you're standing up for freedom of speech. And what else?
Free the Hammonds.
And free the Hammonds.
Free the Hammonds.
You feel like they got a double jeopardy deal?
Don't feel like it. I know they did.
Okay.
Okay. I know the Hammonds.
Do you?
They're friends of mine. Okay. We're all friends out there with the ranchers and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
We all look out for each other. The Hammonds would do anything in the world for anybody. Right? They don't belong to get what they got. What they amounted to was like a little minor rear ender at a traffic light where there was no damage. Okay, would you like to do that happen to you in town someday? And then you get a charge with assault with a deadly weapon, which is what they can do.
Sorry. There we
and
go.
put you in prison for 5 years for bumping into the back of somebody's car.
No, I hear you. I hear you.
That's what's happening. That is what is happening. They did absolutely no damage at all. Not $1 worth of damage did they do, and got fined $400,000 plus 5 years in prison.
Have you seen the BLM do the same kind of stuff? I mean,
they did that. Yes,
yes.
I have.
Have you?
lived in many places over the United States as a cowboy and a farmer. All right. And I've seen it happen everywhere I've ever lived. Sooner or later, somebody this happens to.
What do you think of the Bundys and them out of the refuge?
Ammon Bundy is probably the nicest guy you'd ever want to meet. He's a very peaceful person. Okay? They're only doing this because they know there was an injustice done. And he drove all the way from southern Nevada up here to stand by us. He deserves a big pat on the back.
He's given you a voice.
He's given us a voice that we would not have had because our local government wouldn't let it get out.
What do you think of your local sheriff?
He's an appointed sheriff. He's not elected. I don't think about him. We don't have an election.
Yeah, he's up for election this year, isn't he?
Huh?
He's up for election this year?
I don't know exactly when it is, but I will know when it comes time. Okay. And I will vote. I don't know who I'll vote for. It may be him. But I'm going to have to learn a lot of other stuff about him first.
It's been a pleasure talking to you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate everything you're doing. I really do. I appreciate all these people out here. People standing up for their rights, that's what's important.
You know, there's been a grave injustice. And it could happen to anybody. It doesn't make any difference whether you're in the city or out in the farmland. It can happen to you.
Absolutely right. Absolutely right. Let me come over here and say hello to this gentleman. Thank you. I'm back, Joan.
It always makes it feel better, and I'm the one who gets to sit there and see him go through the anger.
Can I talk to you for a minute? Can I talk to all of you for a minute?
Absolutely.
Awesome. You are live on Revolution Radio. We are live streaming, so you have the chance to say anything you want. It won't be cut. It's all raw footage. I am Sherry. That's my husband, Brett, and we're with Readout News. And the sun is just tearing me up. There we go. Can you introduce yourself for us?
Oh, concerned citizen.
That's a good one. Are you here for the Hammonds or any other particular issue or a whole broadish bunch of issues? Are you? Can you tell us about them?
I'm concerned where our nation is headed, and I'm here to stand up. That's about all I can say.
Do you feel like citizen rights have been taken away? Are you a part of the Committee of Safety? No? Have you considered it? No. I'm going to move right on down the line.
All right, I'm honorably discharged Army veteran Stephen Walker, and I'm here to defend the Constitution today because it's been trampled for far too long. And the police were one of the main reasons why I had my discharge. And local police have gotten a little corrupt, and there are good ones. There are good police here. There really are. And I want to address forms of corruption, and I want to defend the Constitution against any threat, foreign or domestic, that I took the oath for, and I enlisted.
Can you tell us your standing on the Hammonds and the refuge and the people in town?
Well, I've known the Hammonds for most of my life. You know, I lived in this community for most of it. And, you know, I didn't know them completely personal, but they are good people. They're farmers. Just like most of our community, I was a ranch hand for 2.5 years. It's hard work. And I don't believe that they should be double jeopardy. I don't believe the constitutional rights should be taken. And I don't believe that their freedoms should be trampled like that. You know, they have the law of the land. They've been here since before the BLM had their roots in our community. And honestly, the way I see it, the ranchers and the farmers are the only reason why our community is even up still. They're the ones who provide us with our food. They're the ones who provide us with a lot of our income. And so, you know, I stand by the ranchers 150% all the way. And I stand by the Constitution and by our people. And, you know, I love our community for the differing views that we have. And, you know, it's been heated, but everybody has the right to their views and their opinions. And I'm happy that we have a community that can still work peacefully with all that.
What do you think of the occupation at the refuge?
Well, I actually went out there to try to get an educated opinion. And, you know, I didn't see one automatic rifle or anything like that. I didn't even see any rifles. Yeah, they had handguns, but open carry is legal here in Oregon. And, you know, they didn't seem like bad people. They were clamoring just to shake my hand and say hi and say thanks for support. And, you know, I went with one of my other discharged Army friends, and, you know, I was really happy to see that they were actually peaceful people out there. And, you know, that the people's threats and warnings weren't real. Because, you know, it's one of those things, until you go out there and you feel the peace that you feel when you walk down that hill. I mean, there's no better feeling. I feel safer out there than I do in my own home. And, you know, like, we live in fear of the police barging down our doors and trampling over our constitutional rights. We've lived with that fear for a long time. And the fact that these men can hold it down so long out there, I mean, yeah, the way that they did it probably wasn't the best way. But just like our senators and governors said, it's the only way that we would have gotten attention. And, you know, the BLM just has been snatching and grabbing for a long time now.
You've had a lot of visitors here in town between the additional sheriffs, the FBI, and the militia. What do you think about all of that?
Well, the militia, they were cleaning our fire hydrants and, you know, saying some kind words to me and my family. And the police have just been following me around. I got followed home twice just last night by the Hood River police. And I got out of my car and tried to flag them down to see what the concern was. And they just drove right on by, no matter how much I flagged them down. I tried waving them down, nothing. And, you know, it feels like that they're just trying to harass and bully us into staying in our homes. And so when I heard that there was this going on today, I was like, oh, I got to go stand out for something. Because, I mean, it's just bad because there's people claiming that the militia's following people, there's people claiming that the police are following people, and it all just needs to stop. The citizens of this community should not be followed home, no matter what their stand on an issue is. We're Harney County residents. We don't give in to intimidation. You know, we hug our religion and our guns more than anything else. Like, that's our way. And, you know, our Constitution's been trampled. And now we're standing up for it and going to take the rights back that were given to us by our founding fathers. And that's why they're rights. They're taken. And privileges are given. So if our rights become privileges, we're done. We're capsized. Game over. And, you know, being as young as I am for supporting this, it's really weird because most of the people, you know, my age are going, oh my goodness, I'm worried about this going on, my college credits or something like that. And it's like, well, there's more than just that. You don't have any of that without the Constitution. And I actually had to take some soul searching for that. You know, when the militia originally came to town and did their peaceful protest, I put my rifle in my car and was worried that they were going to come and torch our town, and because that's what the rumors that were told to us as people. And when they didn't, and they were completely peaceful besides taking refuge, I was like, well, they took the fight outside of our city, so our residents won't get hurt. It's like, at least they didn't start the fights on our streets. And I realized that they weren't here to hurt our citizens, because if they were here to hurt our citizens, they would have. They have the power to. And, you know, I'm just hoping that it all ends in peaceful resolution and that the people can go back to the way things are, but in a lot more regulated fashion. You know, rather than police trampling on us, have it to where the people can actually stand up for one another and get the rightful jury trial. I mean, my father's case, the one that involved my discharge, he had his right to a jury waived by the lawyer, and the lawyer used to work in the same law office as the judge.
Really?
And they would not allow any witnesses in the courtroom. And, you know, to me, that was so unjust because I was trying to fight my way into the courtroom. I wanted to go and defend my father. They took my guns, not my father's guns. And I kept trying to tell them. When one of the officers came out of the courtroom to try to figure out how to open my bolt-action rifle, I showed him how to open it. And then I said, it's my rifle. I would like to speak and say that this is my rifle. And they wouldn't even allow me in the courtroom.
What kind of a case was it your father was under?
He was in a case of, basically this guy had said that we had assault rifles, clean up against sliding glass doors, said that my father was doing a bunch of illegal things. And, you know, I came home on holiday block leave, and I told that guy before I came home that he better be gone by the time I got there. And sure enough, he was gone, and he was going and getting harassed by the police. They coerced his statements, and then they entered my residence without a search warrant. The search warrant came later. And like
How long ago was this?
This was December 26th of 2012. And you know, I don't want to see that happen to anyone else. I loved my career. I loved being a soldier. And you know, that one incident made me lose it all. Made me lose what I wanted to do with my entire life for a couple of years. I didn't even know up from down. And I had to actually go to therapy because of it, and got diagnosed with PTSD because of the police.
Oh, be careful about saying that one live, huh?
I know, but I'm not saying all police are bad. I mean, it's just certain ones hold some corrupt things, and I don't want to see our people hurt by that anymore. And so, as a person, I'm standing up for the constitutional rights of everyone. You know, Fourth Amendment against unlawful search and seizure, everything like that. We need to stand together and regulate it. That way, the people that are truly doing things bad and, you know, horrible can be busted by the police, and the people that are doing the right thing can be left alone. You know, I think that the people should be keeping the people in check a lot more.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, I hope for a good resolution to our community.
Brett's going to hold this for a few minutes.
All right.
You know, I've been standing there.
Yeah. But, you know, I just love our people and I love our community. And like I said, there are some good police in our community. There are. I mean, I waved one right on the way over here. It's just there are some that need to go because they are not following the rules.
Well, we appreciate everything that you're doing.
Yeah, I mean, I got to stand for something, and you know, I took the.
Well, when a citizen stands up for their rights and the rights of their neighbors, that's what's important in this country.
Yeah, well, when I was 17, I raised my right hand and took an oath to the Constitution, defended against any threat, foreign or domestic. And you know, it's about defending the guidelines that our country was based on, and that's where I stand on it all. I mean, anyone who's willing to stick up for the Constitution, stick up for our people, they're good by me. And if you know the police honor the Constitution and stand by their principles, then right on, they're welcome here. Like, they can come and go as they please. You know, it's just when they start trampling on our constitutional rights, then they're not.
Absolutely.
I like his son.
Which one?
Really didn't get but thanks for taking my statement.
Yeah, not a problem. Could we talk to you all for a little bit, or did we already? Or I took over for my wife.
Yeah, I was out up there, but I moved over here. I don't think I want to make a comment right now.
Okay. You, sir?
How's it going?
Good. I'm with Reading Out News, and we're live streaming with Revolution Radio.
Uh-huh.
And just wondered if you had any comments you'd like to make, or
Just to our county government that we, the people, have the right to gather in public buildings. I mean, I pay taxes the same as them. Those are our buildings too.
Yeah. Is this about which meeting?
We tried to schedule a public meeting
Okay.
in a public building. They wouldn't allow
Okay.
us.
I just wanted to make sure.
Yep.
I know there's a lot of meetings going on this
I
week.
know,
I
yeah.
just wanted to
Yep.
clarify.
Yep, absolutely.
Okay. Well, thank you.
Thank you.
How are you doing?
Sophie, tell me if you leave your spot.
looking at the flags online right there. Don't tread on me, Oregon.
I haven't seen that one before.
Oh, that one. The first time I seen it was our first militia protest happened.
Well, that's the first time I've seen it.
Yeah, you can buy it on the jdflag.com.
Okay. Okay, you still with me? There you go. Receiving the support. How'd that do?
Again, make it think something like that.
That's what makes me
Some
come
of these
out.
are fun back. Trying to watch the kiddos.
Would you like to make a statement? Did my wife already talk to you, or?
No, I'm good for the moment. Thanks, bud.
All right.
Yeah, that would teach you a lot. I was on Grand once.
Let me get over there.
You want me to stomp you, bro?
No,
I can do that.
I appreciate it. No, I'm not going to get run over. No, he wants me to try and get some traffic.
Oh, really?
See what the people in the...
Then I will let you do that. You're doing a good job. My hand's still cramping.
Of course, there was a string of 20 cars here a minute ago.
Yeah, and on the live stream, you got the Nighthawk here. We have Sherry and what's your name?
Brett.
Brett out there from Readout News helping us out. So far, it's been Revolution Radio and the Oath Keepers are funding them out there. Any donations, you can go over to freedomslips.com so we can keep them funded to be out there. And they also have their own donation button if you want to donate to them directly, because, you know, the main thing is the longer we can keep them out there, the more we can capture.
Would you like to make a comment about what's going on here? I'm blocking traffic. Now the light turned green. Well, hey, I tried. Ma'am, would you like to? I'm with Readout News, and we're live streaming with Revolution Radio.
Right.
Would you like to make some comments about what's going on? I mean, what are you all doing out here?
Silent oppression. We need to have more people speak out for what they believe. And it seems like the government scares everyone off, you know?
Okay.
So I just think that there needs to be freedom of speech. And, you know, the government needs to back off just a little bit.
Okay. And I understand they wouldn't let everybody have a community meeting.
Right.
Now, is this the one where they're having tomorrow night, or?
No, I couldn't tell you because I don't live here.
Okay.
So.
All right. Yeah, they rescheduled the meeting from Judge Grasty to tomorrow night. So we'll go out to the Chris Ann Hall meeting tonight. Well, it said on the website that they might not allow media. Yeah, so if you can talk him into it, I'm more than happy to go. Okay. That's great. And I can't find anybody she hasn't talked to. How about that? She's pretty thorough.
We've been having an interesting discussion on, oh, that's good, dear.
My legs are tired. You're going to have to take that.
Okay, we got bread buried in the snow. I still got you? Mike, are you still there?
He's trying to point us up to Chris Ann Hall. It's
I don't hear him, and I've got a weird screen. Okay, I just wanted to make sure I didn't lose you. Who? Say that again, Mike. It's getting there. I'm gonna walk around the corner here and try and get a shot of everybody. All right. Wave, you're on TV. See if I can avoid this flood, huh?
Good afternoon, folks. As you can hear, you're probably hearing the fan in the background. Not a ton. Of course, I'm about half blind these days. But anyway, yeah, I got a little desk fan going on. It's probably making a noise. But anyway, listeners, thanks for tuning in. As you can see, we're just trying to move forward. The video I did yesterday, I have put in private at this point unless I get engaged again. Now, I'm not going to apologize to Scott because Scott engaged me, but I do want to apologize to Mike Seor because he got entangled in a drama that I absolutely did not intend. There was nothing ever malicious about anything. Dude has been doing great work. I'm putting that video in private for a reason. Because it waters down what we're trying to do. And I let my emotions get the best of me. Somebody I almost feel like I got pushed into that in a lot of ways. Just my feelings. You know, we all let our emotions get the best of us now and again. And it happened to me. It happens to me now and once again, and it happens to all of us, I'm sure. But most of all, I want to apologize to the listeners, because the listeners ended up getting embroiled into this drama as well. And the drama just doesn't need to be there. Yeah, I've been saying all along there needs to be some unity among the alternative media. And yeah, I'm a newbie here on YouTube. I am a giant newbie. I've been doing talk radio since 1999. Internet talk radio. Before anybody even heard of it, I was doing it. And over the years, I've had to learn to get my heart off of my sleeve and all this kind of stuff. But this whole issue with me has been a little hot button anyway, because I'm just trying to get something done like the rest of us. And instead of bitching and moaning about what other people aren't doing, I put my money where my mouth is. And we did a lot of work. I sent people around here and there. And quite honestly, I felt like my integrity was being insulted. And, you know, sometimes it just makes us go apeshit. So anyway, over all that stuff that went off yesterday, I put all those videos in private. I'll hold them. I'm not going to delete them. But anybody out there that got middled up into that drama, I apologize to. I did not intend anybody to get involved in that drama. But it seemed like the only way I could outlet what was going on my end. So anyway, living and learning, that's what I'm doing. And this whole video TV thing is something I'm learning, obviously. As you see these videos progress, they got better as they went, but man, those first couple of days, we couldn't figure out our head from the hole in the ground. I knew how to make all the audio stuff work, but I could not make the video stuff work there correctly for a little bit. But anyway, so we'll just go ahead and continue and let this roll. But again, I apologize to the listeners for having to get involved in that drama. I apologize for Sergeant Mo, because I don't know if she got scooped up in any of that drama, but she seems like a very intelligent woman and probably just ignored it anyway. So anyway, we're going to get back to this, and then we're going to get back to business. Or we're going to get back to business now. And I know we have some rallies that are supposed to be happening again. Stand for Freedom, I think first Saturday in April. So if you'll go over to OperationAmericanSpring.us and let us know about any of them that you might know about in the form over there in the rally report, so we can start getting ready to get out there and report this stuff and start using our power as the people of this country to start trying to affect some kind of real change. Thank you.
We are allowed. I think we're just about done here, Mike. What do you think? That's what she usually does, but she doesn't necessarily mind print and photograph media. Live streaming would be a problem for her, probably. Okay, we're about done here, though, right? Absolutely. We're going to be doing some interviews this afternoon. Have to give them a little bit more time to get there. Some more. Huh? Sounds great. Take care.
All right, this is Revolution Radio. I just got the word that Chris Ann Hall may not allow media in there, which is kind of strange, considering this the issue here. But anyway, that we'll be sewing this up for now, and we'll be back later with some interviews with some other locals and stuff like that. Thanks for tuning in. We'll be back later.
Suffering that have been caused due to the actions of our federal government primarily in actions such as this refuge that was in. How the refuge is took over 100 ranches and lost the ranches in order to break this refuge. And we are here to address that. We know, without doubt, that the Hammonds do not deserve to be where they're at. And that Dwight and Stephen should be back with their families, enjoying raising their children, enjoying being with their grandchildren, with their wives and ranch. And this is something that has to be at the forefront. And we have to place ourselves in their situation. Imagine yourself unjustly being pulled away from your home and your life, away from your children, away from your occupation, because someone simply wanted power over you and was willing to system against you. Imagine you being in prison for 5 years simply because of a personal vendetta. And those are the reality of this case. But we are here to work, and we have been working. We have been we have teams that have been working on claiming and getting the deeds and the usage of the land straightened out. We've been working on the property boundaries, who is using what, so that those can be identified, claimed, and eventually deeded and protected. We also, as snow melts, we will be assisting the ranchers and the loggers and the miners and anybody else who has rights to the land and resources in using them. And kind of give you an example of that, there are many systems of irrigation. There are different improvements that have been torn out by the federal government that ranchers have needed to be used for many years, and we will begin assisting them in reestablishing those. And then we stand here as a defense for the ranchers, for the loggers, for the miners, for the hikers, for the hunters, and the campers, and so on. We stand in the defense to make sure that their rights will not be restricted as they go about using. And that is, if you will, the second step. The claiming is the first step. Getting those claims right, getting them established correctly and recorded correctly. And then as they go about using them, using their rights, we will protect them and we will assist them in using them. And we stand here for the people of Harney County and for the adjacent counties and any other people that need our help. We have organized and are in the middle of organizing rapid response teams so that as a rancher or a logger or other land user begins to begins to be abused by federal agencies, we can deploy them, if you will, in their defense legally, and also in a direct defense of their rights. And we believe that that is necessary in order for people to have confidence to be able to express and use their rights. One thing that I have I guess an additional to that or on that, we also want to give warning to federal agencies that begin to try to put the chains back on these people, to the Bureau of Land Management Range Comm, to the Bureau of Land Management officers, to the Fish and Wildlife Service and other federal officers that try to come in and scare the people like they did the ranch family that removed their fence over. That we give them warning that they are not to do that. They are not to go in and try to place these chains back on these people as they freely use their lands as it's been appropriated to them, and as their forefathers established many generations ago. We intend on standing in defense of these people and for them to recognize the Constitution and their lack of authority to administrate these land resources. We also, as many of you know, Harney County at one time was the wealthiest county in the state, and now it is poor. We plan on assisting the people in turning that around. We plan on getting the loggers actually back on the mountain to log. We understand that there's 7 to 10 years worth of dead trees that are still standing that are good lumber, and that it can be, like I said, 7 to 10 years before we even run out of that and have to cut down a live tree. Those need to be cut down, and they need to be milled. And we intend on getting a mill opened up that'll employ hundreds of people in this county. We also plan to intend on to use their resources, to use their knowledge and their intelligence to assist us. This is again exciting. It will take some time to accomplish. We understand that it is a large undertaking, but it is necessary.
Is it back?
If we do not begin to do these things, we as a people will to the point where we will not be able to do. And so the time is now. Place is Harney County. These are the people. Thank you. And the question there, how good you go about protecting the water? It'll be threefold. It'll be legal, political, and open defense. We have a lot of political support, but I'll let them be the one to step up ahead. We also have a tremendous amount of deep pockets, if you will, financial support that are willing to invest in the people of Harney County so that they can get very low interest loans so that they can buy cattle, they can buy equipment, they can buy mills and pay employees. And then we also have support in other ways across the country.
Was your trip to Utah part of our support?
Absolutely, it was. Absolutely. Thank you.
So, did you get political support there? What was
we absolutely did. We were able to accomplish what we went to accomplish. And we actually have, as we've announced on Saturday, I believe we've announced this, where ranchers are going to be signing ending their contract with the federal government, and we have ranchers from those areas that are coming as well.
Are they coming? They're coming here to do that?
Yeah, so these rights, without going into too much detail, these rights were established by their forefathers, and the grass was the rancher. And the contract is really the piece that takes the right out of their hands and gives the federal government authority to, the federal government authority to manage their ranch. So we're asking them to end that contract and stand back on their established rights. If they pay, and if the county, as they get organized, the county decides to charge a tax for this, that would be the proper way in order for taxes do that. And so I won't vote on it anymore.
So it doesn't sound like you're going anywhere anytime soon.
We're not going anywhere until we get these things right, get these jobs done.
So are you still putting out a call for help? I mean, you got a big job. You got enough bodies. You still want people?
We have a lot of bodies, and we know we're going to need more in all different areas, in claiming, in the using, in the assisting in development, and in the defense. So we call all those who have special talents in those areas to come. That would be the county. I've seen pictures of how much also spoke against the sheriff's office still barricaded, and you had accommodation with the FBI or the sheriff's office negotiated. No, and negotiate is the wrong thing because we're not here to negotiate our rights. We're here to make sure that the rights are protected. Ask the federal government, who has a role in defending the people of the state against the outside world, to begin performing that. We're asking the county, who is the highest elected officials, the whole policing authority in the county, to stand up and defend the people and their rights and get in line. There's no reason for those people to have the schools barricaded. There's no reason to have the county buildings barricaded. They're only creating fear inside the community. And the thing is, the community is getting wise to it. They know we're not here to hurt them. The greatest fear and the danger is them themselves. And so we're asking them to get in line, to do what they were elected and given authority by the people to do.
So let's talk about the Harris for a second. Did you have contact with either Steve or Dwight since they've been in prison?
No, I've had contact with their family quite a bit. Not even Dwight.
And have you offered Susie any help, or she asked for any help because she's under by herself?
We've visited quite a bit, and we've helped her in the way that she has said she needed help.
Which is what?
Because of her privacy, I'm not going to disclose that. And it's still worth an effort, but that is not the direction we're going either. Yes, Leroy, why don't you do it? It's going to be Friday at 4 p.m. It'll be down here at the conference center, and we're going to invite you, the media, to witness. We have 2 committed ranchers at this point that will sign this. Now, you need to understand how major this is. There's only 2 people in the world that have done this so far in this country. It's his father and myself. Somebody in Nevada, somebody in Arizona. By the end of that day, you'll have somebody in New Mexico, somebody in Oregon. So we'll have doubled in one day. The reason that's so significant is that when that rancher crosses the stream, he lays down the gauntlet and says, I will hold my grazing rights as a free man. I will no longer acknowledge the federal overlord and overseership of my ranch. And I will uphold my county and my county officials as the government closest to me. This is about federalism. We love government. I'll repeat that again. I believe in the federal government, the state government, and the county government, but in their proper role, in their proper places. The government closest to the people is that government which is most accountable. So that is what we're upholding. It affects us all across this nation, not just about cows, not just about grass, about your freedom, your ability to get a hold of an elected representative and know that you have a direct impact upon them. Most of these elected representatives around here in my county, 100 votes to 200 votes is usually what swings them. They know that we could get a handful of people if they're not acting in accordance with we the people, and we can sway it, and we can get them out. Do you think I'm going to get John McCain out? How long has he been there? A dinosaur's age of time. Well, what has he done for freedom?
Nothing.
And nothing. So, but our county officials, our county sheriff, I can sit down with them. I have sat down with them. I have looked them in the eyes. My county commissioners, supervisors, I've looked them in the eyes. They take the time to see us. I feel represented. I feel that I can have a say. not the way it is now. I hope that answers. I'm going to lead the boy. I want to address Article 4, Section 4. And this is the promise that the federal government gave the people of the states when they were enabled into the Union. And it says, the United States shall guarantee to every state in this union a republic form of government. And I would like to basically lay out, if I can, the situation just here for refuge. You have a refuge manager, okay? And they've been very key in taking the land and resources away from the people. Now, that refuge manager was hired by someone who was hired, by someone who was hired, by someone who was hired, by someone who was appointed, by someone who was appointed, by someone who was elected. And that elected person is the President of the United States. Now, how are people to get redress in that system? That is not a republic form of government, and that is the reason why this individual, that manager, can abuse the people, take their ranches away, take their land away, their resources away, and get away with it. That is not the way this country was intended to be set up, and we must restore it back to the local government so that proper redress can be made and so the people are not abused. Thank you very much. Thank you. Then the people, that's a farce. And we could go into detail, and I'll give you that a little idea. Let me just answer your question about the fires, and then I think that'll answer all the questions. Multiple told me that when they were growing up and they were managing the fires, a large fire was only about 1,500 acres. Okay? And that was because the local people had a system in which they all went out and put the fire out. What we have now is a system where federal employees, firefighters, do not want the fire to be put out because, as their own quote says, black earth, green hand. Black earth, green hand. Or green palm, black earth, green palm, because they make a lot of money for that. It is much better in the local hands. The waste is not there, and the people are protected. Thank you. $1 million fire? Yeah. Well, so thank you very much.
You are abandoned or what? I'm abandoned, yeah. I'm abandoned with the cameras.
You're not abandoned, you're on live.
I'm the lone holdout holding the sign.
You want to say hello to everybody? You're on live.
Yes, my name is Pro-Life. I'm a farmer from Idaho. I'm just over here visiting. And
didn't you run for office?
yes, I've run for governor in Idaho 3 times, for U.S. Senate and Congress. And I'm running for U.S. Senate this 2016. And I say that abortion is murder, socialism is collective theft, our money's counterfeit. It's a Ponzi scheme, and that we need to have God's law as the basis of man's law. We need to honor God, or we're not going to go anywhere. So that's a little message for you there. Thanks.
I'm with readoutnews.com. We're out of North Idaho.
Well, God bless you.
And we are live on Revolution Radio.
Oh, hey, that's very nice. I know Revolution Radio.
There you go.
Yeah, I had this sign made.
That's
One of my friends paid for it. I had two to pay for it.
Okay, I'm going to sign off and go get my coat and my gloves because I'm frozen. And we'll see if we can't get down there and get some more interviews.
All right, Sherry, we'll be waiting patiently.
Thank you.
All right, we'll be right back, folks. Revolution Radio, freedomslips.com. And remember to, if you can, help us out funding, keeping our reporter out there. We have her funded till tonight and or tomorrow, and hopefully maybe we can continue. So y'all hang out, and we'll be back as soon as we can. She's headed down to the shelters, and getting more appropriate for the weather, and we should be back shortly. Thanks.
Binge eating disorder, or BED, isn't just overeating. It's a real medical condition. And while the exact causes
received some information that is quite concerning. We have verified that the local hospital has been ordered by the FBI to ramp up their blood supply 2 to 3 times the amount, along with plasma. They've brought in other resources from other hospitals in the surrounding area and around Oregon. The FBI has brought in their own combat medical surgical teams. There's currently a life flight in the area on standby, along with where am I at? Along with the over in Boise, Idaho at the Gowan Airfield, there's currently some new assets on the ground with heavy security around them. I can't confirm what type of birds they are at this moment, but they're new as of last night. They have also, the military has restricted the airspace above our heads at the moment in Lake County and Harney County. These are all new that came up this morning altogether. The request for the blood and plasma has been confirmed by at least 4 different individuals in the community who either work for or have family members that work for the hospital.
Okay, I need to ask you about that because we just went in and spoke to a couple of people at the emergency room, and they were taken by surprise. They had not heard a word.
According to the individuals we've spoken to, everybody's been ordered to be quiet about it. And, people are afraid of losing their jobs just as much as these people are afraid of losing their property.
Sure. Okay.
So we wanted to get that out to the people because if they're ramping up for something, if they're going to create a bad environment, we need not only us to be prepared for it, but we need the people in Harney County to be aware of what's going on. We've said it before, we'll say it again. There will be no more free Wacos, and we stand by that.
As a pilot myself, I just went and tried to file a flight plan over Harney County and got trying to file the flight plan. I didn't get any issues trying to file a flight plan anywhere over Harney County except for the Burns Airport.
So if you go on the sua.faa.gov website,
okay,
look at their flight or their airspace restrictions, and overnight they have restricted 2 different areas over Harney and Lake County.
All right, I'll go up there and get another look.
Sorry, I couldn't hear you with the car driving by.
I said, okay, I'll go up there and get another look. I mean, I just use this normal pilot flight plan filing procedure, and it didn't give me any issue, but it might not have worked its way down into our units yet. So, all right, that's all I wanted to know.
Go slow. Is there any? I'm just asking if there's any other information that they have that.
At this time, that's all the information we have, but we really wanted to make sure that the residents of of Harney County and Burns are aware of the ramping up that's going on. BJ was able to speak with a special or a FBI agent and a lieutenant for the Harney County Sheriff's Department.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't deny anything.
Did they confirm
they
it?
said that it was standard operating procedures.
Okay. That's a little odd if they've been out here 3 weeks and all of a sudden that's...
Right, standard operating procedures to be put in place 3 weeks after something started, especially when they're talking about peaceful resolution. We're sitting here trying to get open dialogue between the FBI, the Sheriff's Department, and those up at the refuge. And the only people willing to talk are the people at the refuge. Everybody else wants to give ultimatums.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I find it myself. I find it extremely concerning. Let me turn my mic up. I was like way too loud earlier in the bunkhouse, and I think it was freaking everybody out. So give me a second here. All right, can you hear me better now?
Sure, I couldn't hear you before.
All right. Anyway, where was I at? Yeah, the big concern is you know, you have this meeting going on tonight with the sheriff, and I'm wondering if possibly everybody focused there, something else could go down elsewhere. You know, just doing logistics myself and being former military, that's kind of how that works. They'll get everybody busy somewhere else and then go after the target.
Well, you know, they have two things going on. You've got the judges thing going on, and then you got the Chris Ann Hall event, which will probably have the majority of the people at.
If I'm not mistaken, Chris Ann is from 5 o'clock to 7 o'clock, and then the other one doesn't start till 7 o'clock. So they might be able to. They might be able to make, well, most of those.
Well, after people go and get educated at Chris Ann Hall, maybe they can go over to their elected officials meeting and educate them.
Now, let's see. Chris Ann is going to be back out at the fairgrounds where she was last night, right?
I believe so. I wasn't there last night.
Okay. And then the judge is going to have his meeting at the high school up on Monroe. Is that right?
That's my understanding.
Okay. I just want to clarify that for everybody so they know where to go.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Oh, we will be. Well, I appreciate you guys coming out and getting this message out for us. I mean, by all means, check and cross-check. We spent all morning doing just that. Eyes and ears on the ground are locals who know what's going on. And when we get 3 to 4 different people telling us the same information, you've got to do something with it.
Right. I got some. Hold on. Let's wait for that car to go by. All right. Okay. Yeah, I have some people over at Anonymous that are doing a what's called a web post-mortem to timeline all this. You know, what we can find on the web. I know not everything happens on the web with you guys. And I also got Jason Bentano from Oath Keepers is helping me try to put some dots together as well for you guys, so that if this ends up being like, you know, like if you remember 2 Sundays ago, the FBI was going to attack the refuge as well. So
no, what happened the other day was not the same. We got reports of suspicious white vehicles in a convoy headed that way.
Right.
Nobody ever said anybody was under attack or was going to be under attack. We just went under sort of an alert type of situation so that we could go and monitor what was going on. Nobody said, on my end, nobody said that anything was under attack, but we did respond out there just in case, just to see what was going on.
All right.
If anything was to escalate, we could then make further calls from there.
Well, I appreciate that, because now that's clear. We've always heard the whole the scary version of the story, so now we got a more realistic version of the story that sounds more realistic to me.
Okay, hold up a second, Mike.
So the confirmations of the SOP of all this ramping up being just standard 3rd week operating procedure was a lieutenant with the Harney County Sheriff's Office. I don't remember a name, but I know his star had Lieutenant Harney County Sheriff. And meet him? Okay.
Meet him?
Meet him. And then the FBI agent, I had walked away and come back before he got there and introduced himself, but
His name is Tim.
the FBI agent's name was Tim,
I take it he wasn't in any form of a uniform.
But I appreciate your guys' time. I
Thank
do have to
you.
get going. I appreciate
Thank
you guys
you.
coming out. This is very important information, and I believe that.
I appreciate all of you.
Yeah.
Thank you
Thank
so
you
much,
again.
you guys.
Yeah.
God bless you. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Hang on, we're getting back in the vehicle here. The camera went sideways on him. I don't know how to fix it.
It looks okay to me.
Turn the camera around all the way around 360 degrees and it'll reset itself.
That work?
No, turn it another 90 degrees. Keep going. Yeah, it doesn't seem to want to reset. Okay, there we go. We're back. All right, so anyway, just did it again. Don't worry about it.
Hold on, I'm gonna get it. I'm determined. Let's see, because in here.
Yeah, basically, I'm getting a skyscraper view, but there we go. All right, we're back. There we go. We're good.
Now you're gonna get my rainy windshield.
That's fine. Tell me what exactly happened at the hospital.
Basically, I walked into the hospital.
Into the emergency room.
Right.
I walked in the front entrance first.
Oh, okay.
Asked them, I said, I've been seeing reports about a trauma center being set up and just wanted to know if there was anything that was going to have to be handled between the refuge out there and the FBI. And the first lady told me she didn't know, and she took me into an office with a different lady.
Now I have to tell you, Brett looks like a down-home local boy.
Right.
And they took him as such.
Right.
Okay? They were very comfortable talking to him because he did look like a local and sounded like one.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I have to be honest. From what I'm looking at and from what I'm getting at from a couple of my points is they're playing games with everybody's heads out there. That's just my humble opinion. Just to get everybody wound up, I think they're testing response times.
That very well could be. But the second lady gave me the same story, and she said she's in charge of the ER, and she would know.
Right.
She denied that they're setting it up. And then we drove around the block in front of the courthouse, and these the PPN folks waved us down to ask if we could get this out live stream.
Right. Okay, and second question. Now, I don't know how observant you are in this. I do this all the time because I just retired from a job working as an IT tech for multiple hospitals. Is there helipad on the roof or off the side of the building? That looks like a 40.
Outside, as a matter of fact, we can drive over there and keep you on the live stream and show it to you.
Yeah, that would be cool. I want to see anything's there. And then, did you see anybody that looked like they were dressed to be in place, but these guys, they always have on winter combat boots, the kind of beige ones with the thick soles?
Nope, there was nobody like that there.
All right. I can always spot them by their haircut and their boots every time. They try to blend in, but they're just incapable.
All right, now hopefully we won't lose you. Did we lose you?
No, you're fine. And when you went out to the airport, you didn't see any extra activity? When you went out to the air, I don't know if you can hear me anymore, but when you went out to the airport, did you see any extra activity out there other than what you saw yesterday or the day before?
Nothing new.
Nothing new. Okay.
And I took some pictures for comparison, and it's been nothing new.
Right. You know, and I didn't see. Did you see any plates on any of the cars? Any federal plates? At the hospital there?
No, but like I say, we'll drive through and we'll show you everything. Here's the other side of, now I'm on the wrong side of the car to show you the best shot. We're going around the back side of the courthouse where they've got it all fenced in.
Right. Is that new fence?
No.
Okay. Have you seen any FEMA coffins?
No.
Okay. You know me, I always got to try to be a little funny if I can get away with it.
Well, it's funny until you see them.
Yeah, well, you know what? I got 50 of them in my backyard because the end of my field is a graveyard, and they put them on top of every casket they put in the ground.
Really? Brett's taking the long route back over there.
Yeah, I was gonna say, what are we gonna go visit Joe Bob?
Go that way, Brett. Yeah, all right.
Are you looking for the Dairy Queen?
Actually, that's one thing they don't have. I kind
Yes,
of miss
they
it.
do. You didn't look. It's down Monroe. I'm more observant than you. Okay. Okay, we're coming up to the hospital here. Sorry about the jiggling on the screen.
Oh, that's absolutely fine. Just people want to see. All right, those vehicles right there, none of those, okay, those all look local. The truck with the rack on it and the SUV down on the corner, check their tags.
They're local tags.
Local tags, okay. And
I can see it from here.
yeah, and I don't see it. That's not a Suburban back there.
Nope.
These are all local tags for looks like completely.
Looks like it to me. I mean, they usually have Suburbans and Chargers.
Yeah. Now, over here is their helo pad over here.
Okay. It doesn't even look like it's been cleaned.
Yeah, it's barely got anything cleared off in the center.
All right, yeah, you can't put down a military Metalift helicopter in that without making a huge mess. That's it right there across the street from you?
You see the sign right in front calling it the helipad.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, they would have already been in there cleaning that up. Because you can't, if you set a helicopter in there right now, you couldn't get the patient off the chopper and across that snowdrift. And I don't see any way in and out of that thing, do you?
Well, we're going to pull over there and show you, get you a better shot.
Okay.
We have, ooh, that guy looks like the same guy from the New York Times. What are you doing, Brett?
Well, let's go talk to the guy from the New York Times.
I think I'm wrong. Keep going. He's pulling around so I can give you a better shot of the helicopter pad here. This is it. It's on my side here. This is
Okay, so they have cleaned the entrance, I see. Well, is that where that path goes?
That's it.
All right, so they've cleaned it. Okay, they've cleaned the entrance, and they could set something down there. I think it would be cleaner, quite honestly, if they were expecting heavy traffic. And, you know, understand, people, I'm just trying to dissect something here because we just don't do fear. What we want to do is information. And, you know, we don't want a whole bunch of people freaked out and scared to death and all ramped up and hemorrhoided up and asteroided up and androided up and all that kind of stuff about this. If somebody's making stuff up and playing games.
On my side here, the fencing. Slow down, Brett. Don't be fast. I don't want to make it big.
Yeah, signal's getting a little choppy.
Yeah. Just crawl. Their roads aren't the best here, so
right. Understandable. All right, I don't see any signs of a preparation for mass casualties. Um, so what I'm kind of thinking is this is a response. This is a response exercise. Somebody did this to measure response time.
Here's the barricade.
Basic barricade.
Yeah, yeah.
Is the sheriff? Is the
I can take you around to the front.
All right. Swing over to the courthouse and the sheriff's department if you could. Everybody keeps saying they're walled up. I was wondering just how walled up they are.
Well, we're heading over to the front of it right now.
All right.
So that was the side of the courthouse. Okay, hold on. That is the front of the courthouse. Can you see? They do have some barricades.
Right.
You do have sheriff out there watching for anybody trying to come in.
If you wanted to just get out of your car and try to go in the courthouse, would you be able to?
He just waved at you.
Yeah.
Think he talked? Do you think he? Yeah. Do you think he talked to you?
Yeah, he might.
Never hurts to ask.
Yep.
At least it hasn't so far.
Yep. Wonder what you want us to ask him. This could get fun.
Well, I don't know. We could always ask him why they've over barricaded it to a certain degree. And then if they have heard anything, of course he wouldn't answer you honestly, but if you can get a good shot of his eyes, I can tell you if he's lying. His eyes will dilate and you'll look up and to the left if he's lying to you. And see if he's heard anything about some kind of raid getting ready to go down on anyone.
How you doing? Well, we're getting that way.
Just stick your hand out and give him a good handshake.
Hi, Sheriff Bobby.
I'm back.
Hello, Matt. How the heck are you?
I'm doing well. Thank you for asking.
I'm Brett.
Brett, good
We're streaming live.
Yeah,
This
we're
is
with Revolution Radio and Readout News.
Okay.
We're independent media.
Okay, good.
And we haven't met you yet.
No, you haven't met me.
No.
Maybe.
No, I don't think I met any of y'all up here. But we wanted to. We wanted to ask you about the barricades. Have y'all been like threatened with a nuclear attack or something?
Good question. I don't think so. You know what I can do is I can see if our PIO is available. He's been out here a couple times today. I don't know if he's still inside or not.
He's probably drying off, huh?
Yeah, he may be. Let me ask. Sunberg from Max PIO available. Maybe we'll be on their way.
Oh,
just excellent. See
excellent.
how that goes. Speed of government, right?
Yeah.
Right away, don't they?
All right. Shake the deputy's hand for me.
Is that Pete?
No.
Oh, hell no. No. This is Nitehawk from Revolution Radio. We're actually out there documenting instead of creating and making news.
Gosh darn it, I'm going to get myself in trouble now.
Doing great. What we've been doing is we've been out there a few days and we're just talking to people, trying to get a feel for, what's really going on, if you understand what I'm saying. And just understanding, the locals. And so people can see that this isn't like, Benghazi getting ready to go down out there, and kind of turn down the fear, and maybe some dialogue will get going and all this back and forth stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree 100%. We've had some from the refuge, some from all over come and chat, and we've had real friendly, great conversations. So there's been nothing real tense aside from, I would just say, precaution in general, like we would do is with officer safety on any situation. And we've had some great contacts. As a matter of fact, I haven't seen any bad ones, any hostile ones, anything of that nature. So, I think that does need to be shared and be reported that, things are pretty, pretty docile.
I'm
And,
just
you know, we all want to see dialogue open up as well. And I think that that's a little bit above us. And I think it's probably going to continue at that level. And we're excited for it. We're just here to help the community and make sure everybody stays safe. That's what we do as deputies anyway. So
yes, my wife is a former deputy. My mother is a former deputy.
Another day, and I'm still struggling with my diabetes. I do my best to manage, but it's hard to keep up with it.
Your body and your diabetes change over time. Your treatment plan may too. Know your options. Once daily Toujeo is a...
Yes, my wife is a former deputy. My mother is a former deputy. So I understand. All right. Officer Billings, how are you doing?
You too, sir. I appreciate
for
it.
having us. People have been great. Here's a card for the contact person for you guys.
Okay.
Thank you.
Are they not able to come down?
They don't seem to be available at this time. They wanted us to pass a card on to you.
Okay.
Well, I appreciate that.
My pleasure.
And we will come back.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hey,
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Stand by for a second. There has been a rather viral news story that the FBI is setting up to raid and putting trauma teams in the hospitals and all kinds of stuff. And of course, no matter what you say, if you don't say what they want you to say, then they're not going to believe it. But what do you think about that story that's going around?
Well, you know, I'm a deputy sheriff standing on the front gate, protecting here and this place and the folks and doing what I'm supposed to be doing. But can't speak directly to it. But yeah, it's that's funny. I would say.
Yeah, that's
not funny as in a joke. I'm not making light of any of those reports, not in any way, shape, or form. But
You mean funny like unusual?
Funny like probably not true. Right?
Okay.
Yeah. So everybody here is working on the solution. Other than that.
Well,
all right, sir. I appreciate your time and honesty.
Thank you all.
Sir.
Appreciate it. You have a good one.
I'm a handshaker. I would hug you because I'm a big hugger too.
But we're all wet right now.
Y'all have a good one.
Take care.
Yeah, I tried to give our sheriff a hug once. He said, no, not until the handcuffs are off. All right. You know, and see, that's the first time this has happened on the internet. Have you seen anybody go up to that monster of a barricade and actually ask a question? I haven't. This is the first time I've seen this. What do you think?
Anybody talking is when you get a whole bunch of cars and guns going, and that's, you know, not the most friendly, but you know, everybody has their own way. This one is mine.
This is excellent. That's why you're doing such a good job for us, because it's our way too. Shake a hand.
Everybody asked me if I was armed. I said, I am armed just like Obama. I have a phone and a pen.
Yep. Oh, and Jennifer has a shovel and a mouth.
There you go. Okay. Well, I'm back inside where I can finally try and dry my phone out here.
All right. Well, it kind of looks like we've kind of come to the conclusion on that. We have the meeting town hall meeting or something tonight? Did I lose you? Can you hear me? I can't hear you.
Okay, hold on.
There you go. Now I can hear you.
Okay.
All right. So, all right. So we have this meeting tonight at the high school with the judge, right?
Right.
All right. I think that would be the most important place for us to be. I won't be disrespectful of Chris and Hall and what happened last night. I'll just leave it alone. But I don't see any reason for us to be there or any reason for us to be anywhere but where the judge is doing his thing at the high school. What do you guys think?
Well, that's absolutely true, but they're not going to open the doors at the high school before 6:45.
Right. Well,
they've already made that very clear.
I'll have an extra pizza and an extra beer and stay up late. Because that's what, 9:30 for me.
Yes, and it'll probably. I'm listening to everybody talk around here, and I'm thinking maybe an hour.
Right. Well, that's cool.
Depending on how much he's going to let everybody talk.
Right. Well, just talk loud and often.
Okay. Well, we plan on being there around 6:30 so that we can get in the front lines here.
All right. I've also determined that they've made it a drinking game of how many times we say constitutional or patriot, and we don't want to get everybody in the country drunk. So let's just not say those words 32 times.
Is that for real? Oh, that sounds like fun.
We're working those phrases into it.
Yeah, I've been watching some stuff on my Facebook, and they've made a drinking game out of watching Pete Santilli, and every time he says constitutional or patriot, they drink.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I know. The biggest thing is that the media doesn't be, when they start making a joke out of alternative media, it's over. So.
Well, did you see the reactions to these two deputies here when Pete's name came up?
Yeah.
Just checking.
Yeah, and they thought I was Pete. Do I sound like Pete?
Well, you're different, depending on the device you're on. I mean,
Yeah, that's true. Maybe I should use my DJ voice.
I'm gonna let you go. We're gonna go get something to eat and take an hour off and get ready for everything else.
All right, have a beer on me.
You will.
All right, talk to you later.
All right, bye-bye.
Yep, bye. All right, folks, there you go. That's all the news that is the news. Get this thing out of the way. So that's in my opinion. Let's see. Do you really want to see my ugly face? I don't think so. Last night I put my ugly face up, and then everybody was, oh my God, I did a video last night of my personal opinion on several things. And oh my God, the trolley crap was absolutely it was horrific. It was like, sometimes when I'm thinking, I close my eyes when I speak, and depending on how tired I am, I tend to. Now, I do have a drink, but I have a little bit of a slur anyway, just from that occurred after a fever stroke that I had after having the swine flu years ago. When I get tired, one side of my tongue, which is pretty much numb all the time, starts hitting my teeth, and of course it makes me sound like that. And I have these guys going, well, he's either drunk or he's on drugs or all that. Of course, YouTube is one of the most despicable, horrific trolley places in the planet, and I guess I shouldn't. I've learned pretty well after 5 years of radio to not keep my heart completely on my sleeve, but sometimes you just go, when you're making your personal opinion about something, and then it gets attacked, you get a little upset.
Another day, and I'm still struggling with my diabetes. I do my best to manage, but it's hard to keep up with it.
Your body and your diabetes change over time.
You get a little offended. All right. Once this one folds out, I'm going to drop off for a bit and then get started on the normal show. So just stand by. There's about 5 minutes left of this, and then I'm going to drop off for about 8 minutes and let everything reset, and then we'll be back. Of course. So I'll finish my last few minutes. Let me get this on, all right? With my spider-filled sombrero. There we go. Some guy called me this morning and says, I love your sombrero. I think this thing, the head hole must have been made for a 5-year-old. Of course, my grandfather bought this for me in Acapulco when I was 7 back in the 70s. And spiders like to live in the hole. So I always got to check it and make sure there isn't a death flying cricket spider in there getting ready to suck my brains out or something. But yeah, sometimes you just got to be a little bit humor. You got to have a sense of humor about this, or you've lost, if you know what I mean. But yeah, we'll be back tonight from the schoolhouse with the judge, and see what we can get from there. It's I usually go to bed at 8 because I get up at 3 or 4 in the morning. So I'm going to do everything I can. Just stay up late. I may go to bed once we get the live stream going, and let Sherry know that when she's done, just hang up. But hopefully that all works out and we get the information. Chris Ann Hall blocks press. I have my own personal feelings about that. I went into last night. Of course, that got a bunch of panties in a wad. But, you look into my eyes. You can't be preaching the Constitution if you're going to cherry pick the Constitution. Am I right? I'm right. So there we go. And then Pete's going, everybody's focused on him in some video I saw earlier today. Well, it's because he's the only one getting out, or was the only one getting out there for quite some time. Suspicious in its own right, in my opinion. And this whole other story, I hope it's not true. I don't think it's true. I think it was the government, maybe, or somebody malicious on another side, or, there are so many trolly people, COINTELPRO, provocateurs. I could point a whole bunch of videos at you describing exactly, what's going down with some of these agent provocateurs that are doing this, and then you have other people that are just grossly what is the word grossly narcissistic, and then they want so bad to be the one to be there, and I've been guilty of that a little bit myself one time. I want to be the guy there to get the scoop. I run a media company, alternative media company. I have, we're mostly radio over here at freedomslips.com, but we have 90 hosts, and it's a lot of work. Here, let me show you some. I don't know if I can make this work or not, right? But because it's so far across the room. All right, duck, Miss Elizabeth. You don't want to be on camera here. I gotta. All right, let's see if I can get this up. This is the radio station. I sit there all day, and that's not it. There's another one around the corner, and my wife's sitting at the other one. I mean, there's literally, see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Up behind that board right there is the fifth one, the fifth server, and Liz running 6, and I'm on 7, which is our TV server. And then people have been giving me a little grief about my live streaming abilities, but I just started learning to do this literally a week ago, and we're getting better. We're getting better. I think we're getting better anyway. You're giving you some. Yeah. Liz goes, if they're giving you so much grief, tell them to do it themselves. Well, yeah, you got to kind of agree with that, right? So, anywho, I'm going to get ready to sign off here. I'm going to leave a little blank space so the live stream doesn't just go crux out on everybody until it's done, because we have other news outlets that are also re-streaming our stream, and I don't want them to get cruxed out while we're doing this. So there'll be about 60 to, or let's see, I have my delay set to 2 minutes so it doesn't buffer. So there'll be about 2 minutes of just nothing but all of our badges, and then we'll be dropping off air. And hopefully, if everything works out right, we will be back tonight at 9:30 Eastern time, I think 6:30 Pacific time, with the meeting at Schoolhouse with the judge. Thank you very much for tuning in. Don't forget to help stop over Freedom Slips. Hit our support site and, type down, there's notes to sell, or if you want to donate to help keep these reporters out there, just type in, coverage out there at coverage in Oregon, and then I'll make sure that that goes into that separate fund to help fund them being out there. Thank you very much. Nighthawk, Revolution Radio, freedomslips.com. Look into my eyes. You are.
True Green presents The Yardleys.
Evidence locked 40 pounds of cocaine. So,
That would have been a fun story to cover.
small town, and here you go.
Yeah.
But this county has a lot of good people.
And then next year, so, yeah. But it was.
True Green presents The Yardleys.
Out and you start riding, you start camping, you start working, and you go,
All right, this was a video interview that we did with the boy while we were out there, and yeah, I talked to this man every day for a couple of weeks. In fact, I was on the phone with them when they were in the vehicle. I talked to Ryan Payne, and we were having a giggle back and forth about some stuff, and I talked to LaVoy, and then, they hung out. They said, I got to go. Something's going on. And, little did I know until I found out hours later what was going down. But anyway, this was our interview with LaVoy Finnegum.
We're with LaVoy Finnegum out here at the Harney County Resource Center, formerly known as the Maller Wildlife Refuge.
yes.
And we were just discussing some of the antiquities that the Paiute tribe has been referring to in all of their press releases. You want to tell us what you found?
Well, what I just showed you is that down here is just boxes and dusty old shelves, as you saw yourself.
Yep.
Just stacks of
And we will have photographs of those.
Yeah, just stacks of the antiquities and stuff. And so we are reaching out to the Paiute people, saying, let's open up a correspondence and dialogue. Actually, we want a representative to come and meet with us. And let's start a dialogue. Let's actually sit down face to face and begin this.
You have tried. She has shut you down. Is there anything that you think you can offer, anything new to her to make her start this dialogue?
Well, we
you have tried.
We have to talk. We have to talk. We've heard that she has some real concerns and claims, and so every voice needs to be heard. Mm-hmm. But it can't be heard unless we sit down and talk, and make it. First of all, let it be known that we want these things preserved and in the right hands, which I believe is their hands.
Mm-hmm. She's made some claims that y'all are tearing up the plants and things like that. Does she have any basis for that?
No. I mean, you've been around here. We're not tearing up anything. Yeah. So that's unfounded, unfortunately. It's hard sometimes to really understand what's going. But when you come here, it's easier to see. And so we invite a representative to come here and to walk around, sit down and visit, and let's begin this process. It could be very good. I think the Paiute people, the Native American people, and our stand are very close to on very similar grounds. And so I think we'll find more in common than we have in opposites.
Well, I know y'all have made several phone calls out there, hoping to get this dialogue started. I hope it works out. What building is this that we're standing in front of?
This we call the Media Center.
The Media Center.
The Media Center, yes.
Oh, well, we just kind of gravitated over here, didn't we?
Yes, we did. And so it's working, isn't it?
It is.
This is about as high tech as it gets right here.
So. What did it used to be? Do you know?
No.
No? Okay.
No, they have no time, so we named it the Media Center. So.
Well, I wanted to ask you about something a little bit more personal. And if I step on your toes, you can always tell me that.
Sure. Yeah.
We spent some time talking to Blaine, and he was very great about opening up and telling us about his kids.
Yes.
Now, I understand that your foster kids have also had the same kind of issues.
Yes.
Can you tell us about that?
Well, a week ago, last weekend, it's been just a little over a weekend, they came in and took my 4 boys and took them out of the home. I believe it was our licensing agency, said that, or the CPS, I'm not sure which, my wife has been dealing with this, but they said the directive came down from the governor's office. The governor is flatly denying it, but so you have two different stories going on. The governor saying, no, I never did any such sort of thing, and we have workers that have come to us says this is coming from the governor's office, and so somebody is either misinformed or not being straightforward with this, and I honestly believe that the federal government is putting pressure upon us in every way that they can. I believe that was a ploy to put pressure on us. You know, I wouldn't be surprised if Wayne Cooper's children were also a target. You know, you go after the most tender places and places you can get. So this is I don't know. Well, I don't know what asymmetrical warfare means, but this means that, you know, I think they're coming at all fronts, and that's to be expected, and that's okay. I feel bad for my boys. They were doing really well. These are extremely the highest level of care. It's a therapeutic foster home, not regular foster. It's boys that are coming out of usually detention centers, you know, some type of institution, and the ranch was a great tool to help bring these boys and reintegrate them into society and help them to function successfully in a family setting. And so the ranch was such a great tool for me to work side by side with them and begin to
What were
develop.
the age ranges of them?
Usually they're right there in the 15, 16, 17-year-old. So, you know, they're big boys. A lot of these guys are you know, 6 foot, 200 pounds. And so a lot of people struggle wanting to deal with this segment of population, but they so need, you know, somebody to care about them and to be, you know, in a strong father figure that they so often don't have that in their life. And so, you know, that was a great opportunity for me to try to give these young men and try to give them a good start in life. And I felt very blessed to be able to do this for quite a few years, a long time.
Do you see a chance of getting them back?
I don't know. Right now, it doesn't look very likely.
Really, if the governor is denying having anything to do with it, would the governor be willing to step up and help you get them back? There's the kind of the call.
Well, I think you know, my wife is being a little more, well, not really wanting to press this, but I think I'm wanting to press this and say, hey, let's get the story straight. Let's give us the basis for which you removed my boys from me. You know, I'm what, 3 states away. Well, where's the safety issue? There was no safety issue, you know, and so show me the basis upon which you used to take my boys out of my home.
Do you know if anybody else family targeted other than these two?
This is all that I know.
I had to do a bit of an internet smackdown over somebody saying about you, you know, like, oh, you were just getting free labor at your ranch. I'm like, geez, I mean, if anybody, you know, that's one of the problems is kids don't have strong anything anymore or learn any work value. You know, there's nothing wrong with work. And I grew up on a farm and I still on a farm. So, you know.
They loved it. They could not get enough of getting out there, wanting to ride, wanting to camp. I mean, these are boys. And so what we did, we took away all the electronics. No phones, no Game Boys, you know, nothing with the screen. And so and then you take them out and you start riding, you start camping, you start working, and you start branding. Okay, hold that calf, you know, grab that leg, grab that rope, you know, load those calves. And pretty soon they are in their element because they're a boy. They want to be out doing things. That's what boys do. They go do things. They don't sit down. And if a boy's just sitting in front of some type of electronics, he becomes underdeveloped. And then plus you start having this relationship, a father son relationship, a father mother relationship, and they start saying, I like this. This is good. And so they have something to go into adulthood saying, you know what, this is maybe what I'd like my life like. And so it's been a great thing for me in my life to try to give back to these boys. I feel very blessed to have had a good father and a good mother to kind of keep me in the right direction. And so it's a way that I've been able to try to give back. And
how long have you been fostering boys?
With this particular agency, 12, 13 years. You know,
wow.
I've done it for before out of New Mexico and for another 6 years. So, you know, all told about 18 years that I've been doing. I see what we do. We take the most troubled ones, and it's about a year and a half program that we get them, try to stabilize them, get them so they're doing well. Then we transition them into a lower level care, back to their family, back to a traditional, just regular foster care level. And so we've somewhere between 50 and 60 kids that we've had through our home that we've tried to work with.
And these agencies have always been on board with everything that you've done.
I have been the only one for years in Arizona that's been allowed to have 4 beds at this level, and it's because of my track record of how good we have done. And we've always had lots of different clinics have always been trying to get in line to try to get their kids in our homes, and so it's been a very successful program. There's been nothing that has been unsuccessful in what we've done. I mean, there's been no reason why. Let me rephrase that. There's no reason why they should have been taken out of a home.
And it was all safety issues that were cited.
I don't even think they cited anything.
Really?
No, they just came and took the kids.
Wow.
Yeah, they said, okay, we're here Saturday and we're here Sunday, and the kids are gone. And so I'll go, okay. So it's political. It's not safe. It's political. So if the governor did not do that, if it did not come out of the governor's office, he's denied it, then I'd like to ferret it down, because I don't believe him right now. He may not be aware of it. It may have come from his office and not him particular. But when we were told this came clear from the governor's office, I believe that more than what I've just been told. So somebody had the power, without any cause, come in here without any investigation, without anything. Before you remove kids, you got to investigate.
Well, did you sign a contract that gives them that power, that they don't have to investigate? They just
No.
Okay.
You actually have rights and recourses as foster parents to have things to be heard, and so there was no allegation made. There we have no allegations upon us that that they used to take it. And so maybe to cover their bases, they'll try to come up with something, but there was none. And I rip all 4 of them out. So anyway, it is what it is, and the biggest thing is it's the lives of these boys.
Yeah.
I mean, these boys have been and so some of these kids have never had a stable placement. Some of them over 100 placements that have failed. And so now when they finally become stable, doing well, sports, basketball, passing their classes, doing well in school, say, somebody 3 states away is doing something we don't like. You're not safe. That is exactly why they're taken out. It's because I'm here. You're making the political stuff.
Yeah.
Where that comes from is Genghis Khan would make like 100-mile circle with his troops around whatever he was trying to conquer, and then they would just work their way in, beating their shields and making noise, working the population into a fervor, and they all ran to the center. And if they didn't take knee, they would kill them. And if they did take knee, then they would just be left alone and were absorbed into his empire.
Okay.
That's kind of the history of that. Hey, I had this really cool idea, Sherry. I don't know if you can help implement this or if we can fund you out there long enough to do it, but it would be cool if you maybe could broker getting with some leadership with the Paiute tribe, and we could document getting them the boy, and then document them getting their stuff back.
What we'd like to start with is before we start beginning to talk about actual artifacts and stuff, let's actually sit down and talk face to face. Let's take this one step at a time. Let's talk about the refuge, about their plight as a people. Let's talk about how this occupation here affects them and their people. Let's begin one step at a time, and most definitely working towards these important artifacts.
Yeah, exactly. And it would be a good way to make a very good documentary showing how you guys, we get so much mass media, soundbitey kind of stuff, every time everything about you guys is always heavily armed. This guy or that guy is doing this thing or that thing, or you got the other side of alternative media that's making news instead of reporting it. And, what we're just trying to do, at least we're starting to gain some trust on both sides of the fence here, even with the police, and everybody's talking to us nice. And, maybe we could help broker this out.
You know what? You are more than welcome to reach out to them and say, we would like to help promote an open dialogue between you and those of us here at the Harness County Resource Center, and let's begin that. So if you'd like to do that,
we'll have to talk
absolutely.
about some logistics on that one.
Yeah.
We were due to go home tomorrow for at least until next week, so we can get some stuff caught up on our own farm. We've hired somebody to take care of our animals and
Well,
stuff out there.
I don't think they're going anywhere, and we're
Yeah.
not going anywhere. So I think we got
So
time.
I think when we come back, maybe we can actually work this out.
Let's do that. Like I said, we plan on staying here, and
Okay, let me ask you a question on that. We were talking with a couple people around, as I love to do. The suggestion that if the Hammonds were released from prison, y'all really would leave.
we've never said that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I thought that might be a little bit of a stretch.
That is the first and foremost thing that we desire is to stop the suffering in that family. They have suffered enough. And so that's why we're actually here. We would not be here in Harney County if it was not for the injustice of the Hammonds family. Let us not ever miss sight of that. But let me also be very clear about these buildings. These will never, ever go back to the federal government. They must never go back to the federal government. The federal government must return to the confines of the law. This is a perfect example of a government, a centralized power flowing over all of its things. And these buildings here, they function and operated out in helping to close off the resources of this county, take the ranches to oppress the people, to take this county from the most prosperous to the poorest. This is their base. This is very symbolic. This is their fortress. This is their castle, and we've occupied it, and it will never return. It will return to Harney County City, and it's on its path.
Did the BLM office in Burns close? It was in Burns, right?
Yes, my understanding that yes, it is. In fact, I believe Ampton or Ryan went out and put a sign closed permanently. But I think the sign was taken down, but it's still closed. so that's as far as I know. It is.
I wish I'd seen that one. That would have been good.
This is about.
Then you have had an effect. You have made progress.
Oh, much progress. The greatest progress is with the neighboring ranches. This Saturday we're having the signing ceremony for 2 ranches that are going to cross the Rubicon, going across that river, make that commitment to sign that Declaration of Independence and be emancipated from the overlordship of their ranchers by the federal government. So that it's a big deal. It may not seem like a big deal, but only 2 people have actually done that in the United States right now. Clive and Bundy one, me being the other.
Mm-hmm.
And so if those 2 ranchers sign that will now have doubled. And I know I've been in contact this day with groups in Utah, come to Idaho. They look at doing the same thing based upon the same principle that we are going to completely disengage with the federal government and cancel these contractual agreements that they have intimidated the ranchers and people into. And so that's what that is. That's a cancellation of those contracts that they force upon us, called mandatory terms and conditions, standard terms and conditions. And so once you sign that, at that point, you have laid it all on the line.
Do you think I can get a copy of those?
Well, we have the one that Clive sent and the one that I sent, and they're in the process of trying to put something together in the mixture of the 2. Mine was 1 paragraph, his was 2 pages. And so anyway, we don't have that out yet.
Well, I'll make sure you have my email address so you can let me know.
Sure.
Yeah, that would be very good for a lot of people to see.
Okay,
they could. Go ahead, Mike.
Yeah, that would be wonderful. We would. I'll get that from Sherry and do that. I need to run and try to get things set up. We're Skyping with ranchers from out of state.
That's
right
okay,
now.
because we just got called back over to Ammons.
Oh, well, now that's the top drawer there.
No, you've been pretty good.
We're going to go, Hawk, and we'll be back in. Give us 2 or 3 minutes, and we'll have a discussion with Ammon
and
Ryan Bundy.
Hey, thank you.
All right, so there's a whole bunch more. I got a playlist on my channel. If you want to go look at my playlist, it's everything we did up in Oregon. Right now, I'm going to go off here and reset for some other stuff. There's a lot of other things going on in the world, and we're going to get to that. So thanks for tuning in. We'll be back very shortly. Thank you very much. This is the Nighthawk.